Hey, let me show you how to get there, how to flip that. Ride with me, I'ma show you how to stack it up.
Man, somebody should've told me. This the motherfucking takeover.
Hey, let me show you how to get there, how to flip that. Ride with me, I'ma show you how to stack it up.
Man, somebody should've told me. This the motherfucking takeover. I'ma show you how to get that. Stacks of cheese, come fact with me. Nigga feeling fraudulously. I cap at your knees. I'm always fact up, so I do what I please. They say he cold, sub-0 degrees. Been on a mission every day of my life, knowing it could be over at the roll of a dice. That's why I live every day for the rest of my life. I say I live every day for the kids and the wife. It's fact for life, chasing that paper. Going through the motions of evading them haters. So for now, you can run gums, nigga. I'ma fact at you later. Got them running hella scared, nigga, praying for savior. I keep it all fact up in my all black tux. Nigga soft like tissue in your all black tux. You can miss me with that whole bit. Fact about that dope bit. When it's all said and done, nigga, you gon' know
this. Let me show you how to get there, how to flip that. Ride with me, I'ma show you how to stack it up.
Man, somebody should've told me. This the motherfucking takeover.
Hey, let me show you how to get there, how to flip that. Ride with me, I'ma show you how to stack it up.
Man, somebody should've told me. This the motherfucking takeover.
Certified, I sold them. I push weight, nigga, no gym. Them niggas talking, put them in the water with sharks, but they don't swim. Shades on my face, STL, snap back with the low brim. A lot of niggas yelling fact, but look, I really don't know them. They wanna know how this money flip. Look, I can show them. This money stack, it don't fold up. And every other word out my mouth, roll up. Bitch nigga can never get nothing with no nuts. I'm with your slut, know what? We smoke 4 blunts before lunch. Y'all sit back and chit chat. I get that, then flip that, then flip that. Then right back with that get back. Big sacks and big straps that click clack and leave it pitch black. Just spent 3, I need to get the 6 back. And take that and flip that, I'm back at it. I don't talk English, I talk mathematics.
Let me show you how to get there, how to flip that. Ride with me, I'ma show you how to stack it up.
Man, somebody should've told me. This the motherfucking takeover.
Hey, let me show you how to get there, how to flip that. Ride with me, I'ma show you how to stack it up.
Man, somebody should've told me. This the motherfucking takeover. I gotta keep it moving, no time for the haters. In elementary school, I was slinging annihilators. I'm long range pimping, so I can spot a faker. It's Mr. Tony Escobar, wholesale money maker. I saturate the game, move like water and wind. Big shots and high spots, and them Glocks be twin. That fucker foot in the dope, I'm about to kick that bitch in. They gon' have to take the loss, cause we after the win.
Hey, let me show you how to get there, how to flip that. Ride with me, I'ma show you how to stack it up.
Man, somebody should've told me. This the motherfucking takeover.
Hey, let me show you how to get there, how to flip that. Ride with me, I'ma show you how to stack it up.
Man, somebody should've told me. This the motherfucking takeover.
Valentine Productions.
I shot you bang bang.
Like, go. Shawty, come fuck with a pimp tonight. Yeah, you never know. I can book us a flight. I take you somewhere that I know you would like. Coconut and palm trees, such a beautiful sight. See, I can give you that shit for the rest of your life. Just go to war for your boy. Let's be ready to fight. Fuck a hater, use a hater. Keep from out of your sight. You make the choose up, baby. Everything will be right. Yeah, baby, you been eyeing me for half of the night now. I'm trying to take you home, but I'm back in for right now. Take this bottle of ice, be easy, baby, cool down. I'm not leaving here until I hit the lights and cut the sound. But for now, I continue making my rounds. But you ain't know, this real pimpin' is going down. Before we out the parking lot, she sucking on me good. I'm ready to pull over, put that ass up on the hood. But a pimp like me, man, I don't play that shit. A bitch lucky enough to get laced with the dick. You see these lame ass niggas breaking rules, trying to flip like they can read, write, and replace the whole script. And in the long run, them niggas hoes getting knocked. And it's back to the bottom, never glimpsed at the top. In the meanwhile, pimpin', I'm posted in the tropics. Next to exotic hoes getting it right. Shawty come fuck with a pimp tonight. Yeah, you never know. I could book us a flight. I take you somewhere that I know you would like. Coconut and palm trees, such a beautiful sight. See, I can give you that shit for the rest of your life. Just go to war for your boy. Let's be ready to fight. Fuck a hater, just evade. Keep them out of your sight. You need to choose up, baby. Everything will be right. Yeah,
I'm fact up, you did. So my mission is knocking these niggas bitches, giving them what they miss. They wishing a nigga slip fall out of position. Blood pumping pimp shit, flowing all in my system. Hey, your bitch lost and found. When I come around, trip up, you're out of bounds. When I come around, lose a hoe, gain a hoe. It's a rhyme and rebound. Running triple doubles, how my hoes gon' get down. Never change up, take a trick out of my state. I know you're ready, gon' get that fatty. She go hard on the stroll while I go easy. Put a pause in your game if you try and see me. Keep her down there, bitch, with a clown there. Tricks on the hunt for the dick, just your daddy what it
Shawty
is.
come fuck with a pimp tonight. Yeah, you never know. I can book us a flight. I take you somewhere that I know you would like. Coconut and palm trees, such a beautiful sight. See, I can give you that shit for the rest of your life. Just go to war for your boy. Let's be ready to fight. Fuck a hater, just evade. Keep them out of your sight. You need to choose up, baby. Everything will be right. Yeah, back to the demonstration. She already knew what it was. I ain't from a pimp's conversation. Why would I break form and fuck up the rotation? Never go against the grain, at least that's my calculation. Damn, baby, you got that good, honey. Now see how much of that, honey, you can turn up money. I'm doing it big, like a real pimp should. Old school, Rohan, Fleetwood, smoking on some good. With a bitch in the driver's seat. Bitch number 2, oh, she riding shotgun. And bitch number 3, see that's my bottom next to me. I'm on the hunt for number 4, complete the perfect recipe, yeah. Here's your chance to get away, what you say? Oh yeah, so come on my way. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Come fuck with a pimp tonight. Yeah, you never know. I can book us a flight. I take you somewhere that I know you would like. Coconut and palm trees, such a beautiful sight. See, I can give you that shit for the rest of your life. Just go to war for your boy. Let's be ready to fight. Fuck a hater, just evade. Keep them out of your sight. You need to choose up, baby. Everything will be right. Yeah.
He say, I heard you been running around. And she say,
I wish I could figure him out.
and they say,
Keep hoes cause he turning them out.
and I say,
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
he say,
I heard he be running around.
and she say,
I wish I could figure him out.
and they say,
Keep hoes cause he turning them out.
and I say,
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
I'm tired of the he say, she say. Fuck that bullshit, nigga, not today, not today. Y'all niggas is fucking gray, and I'ma hunt you down. Y'all niggas is about to lay in the graveside. Hold on, playboy, you're married, I'ma get your wife, snatch you up, and have her in the back of the truck. Giving brains to a trick just for a buck. What? Now this shit's getting serious. I'll be out there looking for them hoes curious. Hey, what the fuck a nigga gotta say? Nothing. Hold on, better push that panic button. Run in your room, lock yourself in. It's not a safe place. I got C4 up in your place. Boom.
he say,
I heard he be running around.
and she say,
I wish I could figure him out.
and they say,
Keep hoes cause he turning them out.
and I say,
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
he say,
I heard he be running around.
and she say,
I wish I could figure him out.
and they say,
Keep hoes cause he turning them out.
and I say,
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
Fall back, shut your mouth, time to demonstrate. Show me a weakness in the wall, I never penetrate. I gotta formulate, and then I calculate. Grab my bundle, and then I paper chase. When you're out getting it, what they bound to hate. Hold on, playboy, put it in their face. Move faster, you're losing the race. I lose you quick, pick up your pace. I'm gone, nigga, 95. Watch this, let me stop it, you can try to top this. I got some hoes at the crib and they topless. Put your best, but you can't stop this. No expert bouncing in the 6'4". I hit the switch, drop the ass, watch it scrape the floor. Woo.
he say,
I heard he be running around.
and she say,
I wish I could figure him out.
and they say,
Keep hoes cause he turning them out.
and I say,
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
he say,
I heard he be running around.
and she say,
I wish I could figure him out.
and they say,
Keep hoes cause he turning them out.
and I say,
Keep my fucking name out your
mouth.
Right quick, let's talk about this he say. Tie that ass in a knot, that's what we say. That he say or get a nigga fact up. I'm wishing they act up, have you calling for backup. My mission is getting money, hustling until I die. Dismissing this little bitch that's asking a nigga why I do what I do. You don't have a clue. If you knew what I knew, then you do what you do. Stop spending your whole life trying to figure a nigga out. You're burning your brain cells, now I'm turning you out. Know what I'm talking about? Playing this game for keeps, catching them in the morning, white snoring in the sleep. The more to the story, ain't no time to play. Keep my name out your mouth, that's what I'm trying to say.
He say, I heard you been running around. And she say, I wish I could figure him out. And they say, he keep hoes cause he turning them out. And I say, keep my fucking name out your mouth. He say, I heard you been running around. And she say, I wish I could figure him out. And they say, he keep hoes cause he turning them out. And I say, keep my fucking name out your mouth.
Got a second chance now, I'm back. That's why we read these songs. That's why we sing these songs wrong. That's why we see things can go wrong. So many things can go wrong. That's why we sing these songs. And that's why we remain strong. I got a second chance now, I'm back here at it again. What you do in a situation, you've been incarcerated and waiting to leave probation, knowing temptation's a bitch, but Satan exists. You may hate this, but that's the way it is, and that's the way we live. Now, welcome to my lifestyles of the poor and nameless. Where poor people depend on Democrats for changes. Pissed off, working for minimum wage sucks. I'm about to go bankrupt. I've got to get my bank up. See, it's tax season for no reason. Go overdraft your account so they can cheat you. Don't come asking for weed unless you got 5 on it. Cause I wanted every last damn dime and you. So many things can go wrong. That's why we sing these songs. And that's why we remain strong. I got a second chance, now I'm back here at it again. So many things can go wrong. That's why we sing these songs. And that's why we remain strong. I got a second chance, now I'm back here at it again.
I'm at it again.
I'm at it again. I've got one more chance, now I'm back here at it again.
Regardless of the strain, I gotta maintain, attack the rap game and try to make a change. But in the transition, a lesson ended up missing. Maybe the Dodie in these blunts that I'm constantly twisting. I gotta take this time out so I can reflect back over my life and try to see what's coming next. It seems this world is lost, this world is so cold. Everywhere you go, the devil's got a stronghold. Stay focused on your goals, can't let it get to you. You gotta remember the bullshit you've been through. It's all a part of you. What's better than the truth? Whatever you do, watch the evil that men do. The ups and downs, the smiles and frowns, the rights and wrongs, and all the broken homes, the dead and gone. Did they make it home? Never forgotten. But life goes on, you dig?
So many things can go wrong. That's why we sing these songs. And that's why we remain strong. I got a second chance, now I'm back here at it again. So many things can go wrong. That's why we sing these songs. And that's why we remain strong. I got a second chance, now I'm back here at it again.
I'm at it again.
I'm at it again. I've got one more chance, now I'm back here at it again.
me to blaze the hay. Now I'm not finna tell you too many times, like I've been on the grind. Gotta get mine, I keep it down. Second line and some fresh wine on GPBTP. Breezy serve the faculty at the Fact Haven. It's going down. I mean, really, player, it's going down, down, down. Now what's next on the venue? Check the menu. Most of these ladies I done been through, but there's a few, and they wearing that lingerie. Make me wanna fly away. But a drilling and killing, touching all these different women, increasing my instinctive rage. It's just a phase. Time for me to turn the page. Damn, girl, you done made me lose control like an animal. Oh,
this is how we roll, night and day. We glide away. Hey, hey, hey.
Fry some nets, get some dirty. Watch these chips at 30. Watch your chick get worthy. Surprise when she served me. Mommy do the thistle. Now I know it's official. Top notch bristles on the thistle. Gotta keep the balls out your game. Keep the flaws out your game. When it come to it's a fact on them paper maneuvers. Keep shining, keep riding. One slip, one trip, and what do you? Keep it real with us. You can ride, you can slide with us. Do or die with us.
This is how we roll, night and day. We glide away. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh, show that, show that, show that, show that, show that. Holla at me, shorty, we can hit them all together. It's only right that we all together, baby girl. It's now or never. So let's get all this shut up. When we rock it, who in the cockpit? Mr. Tony the Tyrant, put the G in giant moves, so silent, quick to get violent, so don't defy it, raise up and start a riot. Hey, show that.
Hoes in no panties, throwing no fatties, folks on no caddies.
Hoes need big daddies, since you got your mind right, gang, been hella tired, you can roll with the fact tonight. It's only pop and connect today. Next stop, we headed to the lake. Got them bristles on way. Middle of the summertime, we getting mine. Sipping on this wine with dimes. Shorties forming single file lines just to get in. Where they think they fit in, we living it up. You know we
about dough, strictly a paper chaser, around hoes, slippy a player, in a new fitted, get money, get twisted, I want it, I get it, you want it, you get it, Silver Caesar,
one of a kind.
hit the reefer,
None of the line,
no need to,
ain't none of the time.
sit back, fix that counting, hit that mountain, climb to the top, grind it, stop, I'm one of a kind, but you dig in the shower and watch, yeah, if not, I holler, it's gravy, sure I just wanna party, I'm on Bob Marley, she off Bacardi,
This is how we party. Let's get it started. Let's get it. It's my turn. Mr. Crazy E, we gon' burn. Mommy, let's blaze E. It's your turn. Shorty, come ride with me. Come slide with me. Do or die with me. Shorty having flashbacks from the night before. When she moved that ass back like she getting the dough. Uh-oh. This is how we do it. And she ain't even purring on fluids. She act like she know who I was. Cause she saw me rolling on dubs, smoking on dubs, stroking on dubs. Baby girl got me twisted.
show that,
Shorty,
we can hit them all together, it's only right that we all together, baby girl, it's now or never, so let's get all this cheddar,
smoking, stay living it up, stay picking it up. Hop in my car, stay kicking it up. Bubbles in the cup, hold up like volcanoes. Hit the side shows, looking for nymphos to expose. Info my billfold, why out the board? It's hoes to the man in the black. Where we at? There we go with the fact, throwing up the fact. Picture that, big pimpin', these women make a killin'. If they feelin' what I'm feelin', spit my mouthpiece. Niggas really ain't feelin' me, I leave it at peace. To the next feast. Don't you know the faculty is players? Straight living it up, straight living it up. Don't you know the faculty? Straight popping it up, straight kicking it up. Big paper stacking, big cheese is what I'm after. Masterminding these actors, leaving them back. We keep it fackin', time to get up and get your paper. Don't worry about them haters, evade them, you a player. Gotta get down for my scratch, that's reality. It's so factless, when I see that killer green. Feel what I mean? Rearrange your mainframe when I come to your dreams. Make sure you maintain, keep it tight with your team. So many schemes, planning and plotting, but I'm still living it up till the days that I'm rocking. There ain't no stopping, long as my collar keep popping. As long as the faculty keep dropping tracks, will be dropping. Until then, I'ma keep on living it up. Forever known to be pippin' it up. But still, I'ma keep giving it up. So everybody start filling your cup, stuffing your stuff. Don't you know the faculty is players? Straight living it up, straight pimping it up. Don't you know the faculty is straight popping it up, straight kicking it up.
We ride houses on wheels, get VI with thousands to kill. I'm a hustler, baby. I'm about this real, living it up till I go. Drinks in the cup flow, stinking it up with cranberry juice. Got chips like the ticks in your man Larry Hughes. Slip, guaranteed to hit every trip. Blow big smoke in the canary whip. Out the window, canary wrist. Mommy, I hit like Barry hit. Women wanna marry slip, pimp. Call him Larry Flint, chip hustling. I'm never giving it up. Chris bubbling, I got Chris in the cup. They looking for ballers, we reversed it. We look for breezes with big purses and fire lip service. Slip past and a whip fast. Knock off the big ass, take a sip of the Chris glass. Cameras from my rear view. Tony Montana in the 2002 clear blue. Haters talk, but I can't hear you. I'm shaking haters, chasing paper. We major players. I ain't taking a loss. I'm a player, so hating, I'm shaking it off. 50 in the air, for mommy that's taking it off. Huh? Come play with a boss. Party all night, sleep all day. Slip, he's so saucy. Don't you know the faculty is players? Straight living it up, straight pimping it up. Don't you know the faculty is straight popping it up, straight kicking it up.
A hell of a hand. It's on me to remain humble and to be an honest man. The only way for me is to place my life in God's hands. You see, I finally understand the great glory of God's plan. Sometimes it seems to be too much. We all get lost and out of touch. There's no one to help you up when times get rough. Cherish the love. One day you here, one day you're gone. You born alone, you leave alone. I'm asking the same question like Marvin, man, what's going on? I got so many thoughts running wild in my mind, putting pressure on my spine, so I got to hit rewind. Searching for the lost signs that I might have left behind. From the laughs to the cries, from the lows to the highs. After it's all over, said and done with, there should be nothing but love and click that you run with. I can't call it. I feel like quitting this shit today when I hear my mama Reese say, where there's a will, there's a way. Now pray. I miss them long talks, I miss them long walks, them good lessons that you taught, them good vibes that you brought. Only grandmothers could bring. I love to watch you do your thing, pushing people towards their dreams, painting beautiful scenes.
light flashes in front of your eyes. Keep a lookout for the devil, he keeps a fool disguise, trying to catch you by surprise. So be weary in how you strive. You might have to swallow your pride, just keep time by your side. Showtime.
It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. This was a danger.
Millennium shit, nigga.
Keep moving a new sound, put it in and let it bounce. Forgot how we get down, take over the underground. We skrill chase till we time out. Major gators on the ground, round the block this paper till we shine out. They collecting the and Gary, I don't give a fuck who number one. It really don't matter because here we come. Watch them scatter. From the rapture, I get at you. The gangster man rapper verbally slash out, strike like a pit fight. Cover your dome, hide your home. It's not the safest place for you to roam when the beat is on. 3+1 dog equals 4, bro. I'm so close to the edge, so don't push me. I ain't a killer dog, but don't push me. I split you open, man, like pussy.
Still in the streets making that dope advance. And still I got more clientele than that Holiday Inn. Love when them holidays in. My pockets bulging, man. Like the Moet in my pockets bubbling, man. My dick game action, wife and your cousin, man. See, they move slick, but he bout chips like Walgreens. Your 24-hour pharmacists hoes be like, them niggas so annoying, man. When they roll up, man, like they roll up with the president. That's cause my presidents entered the club and went left, man. Avoiding all the commotion, we VIP, plus them things in the hole of the faculty of toast job. Nah, we don't beef on tracks, we beef with straps. Please don't misinterpret that.
Damn, I'm so close to the edge, so don't push me. I ain't a killer dog, but don't push me. I split you open, man, like pussy. I ain't a ghetto, hit the club with a dime piece, 6-inch stilettos. No, you can never ever get on my level. Follow my own rules, live like a rebel. Ride with chrome tools. Foot on the pedal, yeah, I'm ready for that. I got fetty for that. Free sale coming off every sack. Weed and cheese, please believe I'm heavy in that. You see me in the Chevy with rats, in the Chevy with Zacks, in the Chevy with gas. Like retails, homeboy, I keep sales. Who's full of females, who's full of weed smells. When some stop, I keep going like spree whales. Dog, I need mail, the whips, chicks, chips, all the details. I gotta have it, worse than a powder addict. Watch my back, the stack and turn the cow savage. Yeah. Damn, I'm so close to the edge, so don't push me. I ain't a killer dog, but don't push me. I split you open, man, like pussy.
Already know what we gon' do when we come through. Cop blocks of them shop, wholesale on the block. You already know what we gon' do when we come through. Cop blocks of them shop, wholesale on the block. Look at him move, he high step by the weed. Read blocks like Marshall Falk when he run the street. How ironic, he was facing life on the cell block. Now he home, he's dope long, thinking he sell blocks. Cause niggas they chit chat like bitches, verbally speaking on my riches. You motherfuckers dry stitching. You ain't see me in the kitchen. Don't worry about what we got. Know that we getting in. Motherfuck like Jig, except the faculty living in. It's like I hit on the boat every day, I stack chips. And I ain't a lame nigga, man, I get it how I live. More the chips to done, or risk another prison bid. Business Saddam to overthrow Bush on the shit. No mission for the low. You already know what we gon' do when we come through. Got clocks, sit up shop, wholesale on the block. You already know what we gon' do when we come through. Got clocks, sit up shop, wholesale on the block. Hot spots, I'm in the streets, homes. Hot blocks, yeah, I keep chromes. Getting my cheek on like Priest Holmes. You go to the club, all the freaks gone. They put the fact. Getting they free gone. Them boys bubbling like weed bones. What you need, lips grinding, and my bitch driving. Man, he fresh when he big timing. We get money, I mean the whole clique shining. You ain't riding with the fat fucker. You I be about to scratch. Hustler, I like to introduce you hoes to the back crusher. The way you well, before you hit my blunt, you can hit my gal. You already know what we gon' do when we come through. Got clocks, sit up shop, hoes. Say it on the block. You already know what we gon' do when we come through. Got clocks, sit up shop, wholesale on the block.
I already told them boys that can't handle it. Now they a witness to the way that I dismantle shit. All black fitted and shit, fully loaded mags and shit. Erasing haters and shit, so tagging body bags and bitch. All I know in this world is I'ma do my time. Bustle hard gunning for mine. My flow best in the shine. Keep a continuous grind. Every day life is on the line. Suffer, bless, express my feelings through these rhymes. Yeah, it's that nigga, Mr. Tony of the back dynasty. Makes way in the game, I'm living the legacy. Similar busters get to me, snatch it worse lyrically. Yes, I know these bitches I bomb mentally. They know not what they do, you already done tempted me to fuck yourself and your whole crew. You die instantly, stop the sideline chat, just ride the bench before I redline cat. It's still your Christmas like the crew.
You already know what we gon' do when we come through. Got clocks, sit up shop, wholesale on the block. You already know what we gon' do when we come through. Got clocks, sit up shop, wholesale on the block.
It's whatever, man. Yeah. What? It's whatever, man. Yeah, yeah. I get this cheddar, man.
Okay.
Everything.
Yeah.
Get it, man. Get it.
We want
Get it, man.
every fucking thing.
Take.
You start
Take it, man. Take it.
Hold down.
Get it.
She can't swim.
Get it.
Drowning, begging for help.
Mercy. Motherfuckers. It's whatever. Tell you motherfuckers, you don't wanna do this endeavor. With a young hustler about to scratch, smack a back. We come to that. Look, pimpin', who on the map? That's them niggas from the back. Tell them, hey, get to the back. You don't wanna meet the end, the barrel of the Mac. Motherfuckers get smacked for playing them whole games. I'm deep in this bitch, neck deep up in the game. Now you feeling me, dog? And nigga try to kill me. Hold on, pimpin', I hit him with the steel. I'm one of them niggas that's real. It's whatever, man.
Stomping through the streets, niggas got beef. This project, let's eliminate. I can't do too much talking, nigga. I demonstrate. Trust a nigga head for no reason. That's not me. The cat must have committed treason. Means he crossed me, tried to off me. I fall through the club. These niggas plain noodles, I'm saucy. Fuck with this, but boy, you can't. Nigga think he slipping. No, he ain't. I'll fuck these niggas up. Run up on me. Believe it, play it tough. Gun up on me. Keep it that way, it's strap play. Believe that. I'm on it right now where the weed at, where the freaks at. I'm gonna make my introduction. Hi, my name is Slip. Let's get into something.
Man, what? It's whatever, man. What? I get this cheddar, man. Yeah. Everything.
I need that, no feedback. Can't do that. I'm in the blue black interior beige. Fucking with craze. Got these bitches holding the days. Running through their head like a fucking maze. This young Slip in the next car. Escobar. Stretch the raw. Make more money. I'm like, ain't no money coming quicker than that dope money. Yeah. D-boy, look out for decoys. Watch your back. And no matter what you do, don't ever cross the back. I hit a nigga from long distance. Niggas talking that bullshit, show 'em for instant. I'm nothing to play with. You don't know me, you ain't fact, nigga, don't say shit. Spray clips, cake clips, banana shit. 2005, Tony Montana shit. Bandana lit all around my head. Hoping tonight I can make it back to my bed.
Gangsta shit.
Yeah, what up?
What up, youngin'? Yo, I'm gonna tell cats like this though. I don't know what you've been taught, and I don't know what you've been told. Hey, but niggas like me, shit, stay on the go. And niggas like you, chit chat like hoes. Quit walking like that, quit talking like that, quit acting like that. You ain't a gangster, you a hoe. Quit walking like that, quit talking like that, quit acting like that. You ain't a pimp, you's a trick. Niggas thinking they raw, but they keeping it uncut. Niggas must have forgot, I don't really get too fucked. Same nigga doing it, still throwing the back up. Now nigga running shit, I'm looking like what, quarterback it, nigga. I'm the leader of the team, first string, nigga. But I can't win without my team. Drop the scheme, nigga. We got a plot and run the screen. We're too close to the green. Yeah, that I mean. Quit walking like that. You fiction, not fact. Quit talking like that. You better research your facts. We hustle on the turf. Y'all torch jack and I bring the West back. And I be damned if you boys think you're stopping me now. Talking all under your breath, but you're watching me now. I got a gimmick for a misfit, trying to mimic my style. Bobbing weed, stick and move, now you're missing me now. I don't know what you've been taught, and I don't know what you've been told. Hey, but niggas like me, shit, stay on the go. And niggas like you, chit chat like hoes. Quit walking like that, quit talking like that, quit acting like that. You ain't a gangster, you a hoe. Quit walking like that, quit talking like that, quit acting like that. You ain't a pimp, you's a trick.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Don't drink that water out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Don't eat that fish out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
It's real dirty, man. This shit is so serious right now. These cats looking at me fearing this right now. All that hating shit, nigga, that's gon' stop now. This ain't the 90s, you niggas way behind me. In the lag, Burgundy is where you find me. Diamonds out the window, getting dough, pimping hoes, nigga. That's what I've been on. You ain't in my zone, then stay away from me, homes, cause I flash the chrome. Right there in your face and leave your ass for the fuck face. In the cold case, you niggas stuck, dawg. I throw your ass in the Mississippi. Yeah, nigga, it gets grimy and real filthy. This shit is real gut around here. You motherfuckers better check it for your discipline. You got hoes on the team to get paper. Get it for a young player that love living major. Don't drink that water out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Don't eat that fish out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Don't drink that H2O, not the douche you hold. Me and my smoking hydro, guzzle cold 45 double malt. Getting money, power, respect is vital. Getting dirty on riders, my idol never feared death. I bet when you boxed in, you sweat, wondering what's next. Chin check, souls of faculty folks and bullet holes, knife wounds exposed, we cut close. Glad rap you hoe. Sounds as we close that trunk lid slow, begging and pleading what the fuck for. We told you now you about to know. Don't drink that water out the Mississippi. This shit's filthy, the surface is filthy.
Don't drink that water out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy. Don't eat that fish out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Fica. Fica.
You know what I'm talking about. know what I'm talking about.
I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. It's on empowerment. Let me keep it rockin' non-stop when I do what I do, bringing new style, going buck wild. I can't keep it mild, so place me on top of the pile. Bearcat, have a coke and a smile and shut the fuck up. We act up, haters need to back up. Don't make me have to break your back up. Oh, gon' call your back up, I'll just back up. Then we can clash, then watch us get off in that ass. You see the Mr. Lyrical Warfare and the damn thing fair, so you niggas better beware. Look, chief, I'm carnivorous, I eat beef. So if we beefing, it ain't even until one of us no longer breathing. Over petty reasons, in the killing season, shit turns sour, we clocking dope by the hour. Your whole existence get devoured. I tried many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. Don't get at it, let them have it, I don't play no games. Cause a static, raising havoc, toss them off in the flame. Automatic pistol play, I will bust these things. You niggas lack, it's a shame. Now who's to blame? I guess you thought you could grab it, but guess what, player, you never had it. When I rip, I spit mad shit. That turns into platinum shit to get the grip. Now I'm taking trips to where hoes do backflips to get the chips. Give my nigga daps, and any player by the snap with the hat. This world carries a cold chill. I'm on this money for real, no time for tricks for cheap thrills. I keep it hot, flows coming in. Man, I rock any stage. Never forget. Haters hate, fakers fake, and takers take. So keep an eye on them snakes. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. Somebody better get him, dog. He ranked #1, low down, pistol told. Son of a gun, don't give him a run. But I must warn you, I ain't gonna stop until I get it done in one. Don't cross me, off feet, toss the carcass in the back for the pistol. Heartless, I done made it out the darkness. Heartless, reckless, and helpless. I can't believe it, this hand who dealt this. Fuck that man. Till I'm trading it in, pop the trunk, let's see how many jump in the fact I trust. It's the fact I pump. There's no other way for me. I'm lost in insanity. This game stranded me, so I strike with vengeance and watch the game by inches. Infiltrate the trenches and keep all my senses and watch my money grow endless. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player.
There's good reefer everywhere. I just don't go in dispensaries. I don't fuck with them people like that. I do not. Let's see if I can piece of shit without getting crank and stuff. These motherfuckers try to strike. Watch out. Let me let this run first.
Running your mouth, in the don't-go ass down. This in the hit strip, running your house. We clear it out in the kids' TV smile.
You take the front, I take the back. You grab a pump, I grab a Mac. I'm finished, show these motherfuckers what it is, fat. And what it is, blood. And what it is, cuz. And what it is, blood. Set this motherfucker up. Can you imagine something similar to that thug rock? Damn, it's been a while, I guess it's time for me to get it right. So it's time for me to go up the level of my flow. Name Mexico, go hard from the get-go. Whoa, watch out, close your mouth, keep your lips sealed. What you saying, how you moving, fuck around and get you killed. That's the game, and I know how to play it so real. Don't get mad, cause I say what I feel. I got them killers in the clique, nigga, fuck real. No time for talking, get at you with something you can feel. For putting my business all in the streets. No, I'm on the hit list, and serving with death wish, yeah.
Stay around with this shit. They paying my shit. Break my law.
This is the intro, running your house. Clean it out from the kids to your style.
How many hits will it take to set you niggas straight? Stomping through the kitchen while I'm trying to bake my cake. While I'm starving, you eating good on a fat plate. You gonna play like me winning, I'm not trying to get a taste. You got it fucked up, boy, you got me fucked up. I'ma show you how you gon' get it for trying to set me up. But I'm up, 1, 2, 3, it'll be me. 2, 3, 4, breaking down your front door. 5, 6, you and your girl's brains get mixed. 7, then ride off in the wind and keep on belly up. Cause once you cross me, you lost me. And if a nigga trip up you and yours, you should off me. Beware of how real gangsters get down. If you can't keep it real, then motherfucker sit down. Don't need to listen to the hook real good. If not, you gon' get popped for talking to the cops.
Oh, you running your miles. If it don't come ass out, this is the intro, running your house. And clean it out from the kids to your
Now what you know
style.
about drama? 44s and llamas, running up in niggas' cribs and taking out their mamas. That's real drama. For running off at the choppers, my bombers and drop me. I ain't gotta touch a nigga, I promise. Back to the numbers, yeah, niggas getting ate up. Better get your weight up instead of being haters. 9 million meal on the side of a player. So watch how you talk before you get your crib sprayed up. 10 killers with me and you know we all cater. Old school's looking like a project parader. Everybody got on black and gray like the Raiders. And we came deep like the Mexico natives. Why you talking shit if you can't back your player? When I ain't around you start acting like the greatest. You know them hoes you fucking with, they wanna have my babies. Wanna be my ladies, and they all pay me.
Keep on running your miles. If it don't come ass out, this is the intro, running your house. And clean it out from the kids to your style.
Okay. Let's see. Well, you got wild children in the house, though. Well, you need to go ahead and calm all that down. Okay. I said, did I say Dave Martin? I think his name is Ed Martin. What is this dude's name? Don't tell me the music got them children over there acting a fool. Everywhere that I look, I can see those haters watching me. Oh, is that music pretty low? How's my voice though? Oh, that shit in the private chat. Hold on, let me pull that shit up real quick. Hello.
wishing they act good. Have you calling for back good. My mission is getting money, hustling till I die.
Damn, this shit act like it don't want to pull nothing up. Damn, can you hear this? Damn, can you hear this fucking chair though? I need to get some sturdier shit. Hey, 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 hey.
Democratic for change is rough. I've got to get my bank up. See, it's tax season for no reason. Go over, draft your account so they can cheat you. Don't come asking for weed and lime in you. So many things can go wrong. That's why we sing these songs, and that's why we remain strong. I gotta say. Chance now I'm back here ready to swap. And that's why we remain strong. I got a second chance now I'm back here at it again.
Oh, damn, share screen. Looking for my fair use. Nigga. Chill out. I don't know.
It seems this world is lost. This world is so cold. Everywhere you go, the devil's got a stronghold. Stay focused on you. You gotta remember the
bullshit you've been through.
It's all a part of you. What's
better than the truth?
Whatever you do, watch the evil that men do wrongs and all the broken homes, the dead and gone. Did they make it home? Never forgotten. But life goes on, you dig? So many things can go wrong. That's why we sing these songs. And that's why we remain strong. I got a second chance now I'm back here at it again. So many things can go wrong. That's why we sing. I'm at it again. I'm at it again. I've got one more chance now I'm back here.
About to say, fuck this shit, man. Hold on, player. Hold on, player. This computer moving hella slow. That's because they tuning in, they tapped in and shit. You know what I'm talking about?
And we sit back in this stunned mullet silence of going, clearly they're not going to do it again. Well, bad news for everybody. First established under the Bush administration, which they are calling for, and listen carefully to what I'm going to say, the death of 280,000 Americans. There is a plan that involves the
What?
murder of 280,000 Americans on a single day. Little problem. Yeah, if you hop down to page 9 of that National Blueprint for Biodefense, Seth, and highlight the first major paragraph under the U.S. House of Representatives, let's go ahead, for the sake of everybody on here, make sure that we read it. We were attacked, and we don't know who did it, and infected at least 400,000 throughout the country on a single day, in addition to 200,000 dead and 800,000 sickened animals. Now, if you scroll up, what you're going to find when you get to this page, oh, there you go. Look at ex officio members. If you look at the are veterinary scientists and gain-of-function scientists who have done an enormous amount of work in a variety of pathogens, George Reese, COVID-19, and all of those kinds of things. And here we have the same actors. In this case, just keep scrolling.
Wait a minute.
Scroll up. Then 80,000 Americans. And in House of Representatives, let's go ahead, for the sake of everybody on here, that we 800,000 sickened animals. Now, if you scroll up for a moment, Seth, and keep going until I tell you to stop. Just keep scrolling. Scroll up. What you're going to find when you get to committed.
Quit playing, motherfucker.
Those names are names that people should be familiar with, but they are not. These are veterinary scientists and gain-of-function scientists who have done an enormous amount of work in a variety of pathogens. George Post famously was very much involved in the Arizona contribution to the gain-of-function research that brought us COVID-19 and all of those kinds of things. And here we have the same actors. In this case, we have the ability to go into their research and find out what kind of pathogen would go after humans and animals on the same day. How do we figure out what that is? And it turns out that there are a bunch of options. Nipah virus is what they refer to in this scenario, but equine encephalitis, which is a huge gain-of-function problem, is something that these guys have been familiar with. And there are several other pathogens that these guys have been working with. And the fact is that they're telling us that on July 4th, on the celebration of the 249th year of America in its formation, we are going to allegedly have a biological weapons attack. And do you realize, Seth, that not a single person in law enforcement, not a single person in the White House, not Bobby Kennedy at HHS, not a Tulsi Gabbard at the DNI, not a single person is actually taking an action to interdict the actors that I'm talking about. This is not a problem that happened during the Biden non-presidency. This is a thing that is a statement of intent to once again take advantage of human dynamics. So where we are going to appeal to fear, we're going to appeal to this notion that somebody out there attacked us, where we know already who the actors are. We have a high probability of knowing what they're going to say the pathogen was. And remember, these are not pathogens. These are weapons deployed against against humanity. And as I've said many times, we can go back and look at the likely delivery mechanisms, which are rocket-propelled grenades that have blast-resistant pathogen concussive devices that allow a pathogen to be spread over a stadium, over a park, over any one of a mass gathering event, where you wouldn't know the difference between a firework going off and a pathogen ballistic device spreading toxins across a crowd. In fact, if I were going to do it, I would actually do it during the fireworks celebrations. So we know that this is actually a fully planned, fully baked, like you said, Event 201 kind of thing. And yours truly is the only one that started talking about it.
These X rollouts. So this group funded by and here it is. This is it. Let me introduce you to the National Blueprint for Biodefense. This group since 2014, and it simply changed its name from the 2014 group that Governor Ridge, the head of Homeland Security, set up to carry out the Ford, Carnegie, Rockefeller, CIA, John Hopkins planning group that's done all the other planning for the Disease X rollouts. So this group, funded by the big NGOs, by USAID, by Bill Gates, it's all listed, had this drill a year ago with tens of thousands of people in a tabletop exercise and all these big pharma heads of a bio attack linked to the Russians and the Chinese.
What is this nigga talking about?
That is released on July 4th, 2025. You need to go look this up. You need to go look up the group. You need to look it up. I mean, this is the original core group with the plan, Governor Ridge. It's all the same.
What the?
This group since 2014, and it simply changed its name from the 2014 group that Governor Ridge, the head of Homeland Security, set up to carry out the Ford, Carnegie, Rockefeller, CIA, John Hopkins planning group that's done all the other planning for the Disease X rollouts. So this group, funded by the big NGOs, by USAID, by Bill Gates, it's all listed, had this drill a year ago with tens of thousands of people in the tabletop exercise and all these big pharma heads of a bio attack linked to the Russians and the Chinese that is released on July 4th, 2025. You need to go look this up. You need to go look up the group. You need to look it up. I mean, this is the original core group that planned Governor Ridge. It's all the same parties, all the same groups. This is bad. Real bad. Real bad. They're not going to give up. You see Gates giggling. Oh, the next thing will be much worse. Yeah. And he also keeps saying it's going to target children, and so is HOTES. So just remember all of that when this comes out, whatever it's going to be. And it's all about the martial law, all about controlling the media, and all about blaming the government for missing it. This is real bad. Real bad.
Real bad.
Yeah, this is like, you didn't let us set up a medical dictatorship. That's why this happened.
I'll be damned. Don't forget. Don't forget.
It's an exercise, all right.
Don't forget. Don't forget.
Siga las instrucciones. Texto por hablar en su
Don't forget.
Charles County. Por favor, no texto por hablar en su teléfono. Por favor, apague su radio y siga las instrucciones. This is an exercise. Este es un ejercicio.
It's an exercise, all right.
Please remain calm. There is enough medication for everyone.
Please remain calm. There's enough medication for everyone.
This is an exercise.
This is an exercise.
Este es un ejercicio.
For
For your safety, please remain in your vehicle unless instructed otherwise.
Stay in your motherfucking car.
Please follow the directions of the pod workers.
Do what the fuck we say.
Para su seguridad, por favor, permanezca en su vehículo.
Fucking please.
A menos que se instruyó. A menos que se instruyó en el frente. Por favor, siga las instrucciones de los trabajadores de safety. Thank you for participating in the St. Charles County Department of Community Health and Environment's Point of Dispensing.
I see you. I see you. I see you, motherfucker. Some of them. Don't you fucking forget it. Don't you ever forget it. Don't you fucking forget it. Are you actually ready for some shit like that? Ask yourself, am I ready for some shit like that to happen? Most of you will say, no, I'm not ready for some shit like that to happen. Ooh wee. They got she got some kind of connection, you know what I'm saying? What the hell? Remember, remember what me told you. I'm gonna go dig in some kind of wild shit I can find on X. Shh, be quiet. We're finna travel down a rabbit hole. Let's see. Let's see what this is. Something about a mass arrest. What logo? On the video, you saw a logo? You see a logo. Yeah, right there. Black door. That SWAT, regional SWAT. It was a SWAT. Everybody out there on that exercise, though. Oh yeah. I get to them. Bear with me, Nick. Bear with me for a second. Let's see what this is. I just found this the other day. Let me get to it. Interesting. Nurse, doctor, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or licensed. Oh shit! I see. Delbert. Oh, Delbert. Let's see what Delbert talk about. Oh yeah, I don't either, brother. I don't either, OG. Then they say, Hey, you hear about you said it was a heat wave in Europe, flooding in China. I see some shit showing like Pakistan got flooded, like a town somewhere in Pakistan. Oh, shit right here. No, it's not muted. That's muted. You can't hear that shit for real. I need a little work. Louisiana just filled up like that shit just wiped across. That's wow. That's kind of crazy. Let me run that back so I can see that shit again. Look at that shit. That's terrible. That's how California finna sink. That island that water that low valley gonna fill back up with water, whatever it is. What made California an island before. It's gonna come back and fill back up. What is that? What is this? What is this? What the hell? Why can't I open it? Man, I'm over here having technical difficulties. Is the internet acting stupid or something? On that bullshit. Yeah, I'm trying to get the link off the. I don't know why they let me open that like that. Is it a video that say "Get out now"? Is that what that is? I ain't too faded, nigga. That's Is it some shit talking about get out now? What the hell? Nigga. I am faded. I see yo, yes, nigga. That bullshit. Like I didn't close that tab. Maybe you did, sir. Maybe you did, sir. I didn't close that. I didn't close that tab. Maybe you did, sir. It took too damn long. You need to send me that shit out another way, nigga. This better not be no crazy shit. Let's run it. What you mean it's muted? You can't hear this. I can hear it. How can you not hear this?
Since June 22nd's Get Out Now. Those were the words echoing across Washington, D.C. this morning, not from some doomsday prepper, but from inside the White House Situation Room. Because according to newly leaked intel, several major U.S. cities, yes, probably yours, are now classified as prime targets in what insiders are calling the most credible homeland threat since 9/11. And President Donald J. Trump, well, he snapped. Mid-flight aboard Air Force One en route to the NATO summit, Trump got the briefing, and what followed was described by one official as four-letter word fury at the agencies that let this happen and enemies who dare to bring this fight to our soil. So what exactly did the FBI find? Which cities are now under high alert? Why is Russia hinting at arming Iran directly? Oh, and why does Trump's plan to neutralize the threat reveal a strategy that's smarter and more patriotic than anything that we've seen in decades? Well, guys, we got it all right here. The internal memos, the DIA intel leaks, the missile strike on our base in Qatar, the FBI's list of cities, and President Trump's direct response. And of course, by the end of today's video, you're going to understand why his warning isn't fear-mongering. It's a final line in the sand. So stick with me, guys, because what I'm about to show you guys, it's going to shift how you see this moment in history forever. So I want to go ahead and start with what leaked and why top officials are scrambling to contain it. And of course, if you appreciate the daily news updates, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much, guys. So let's begin with what triggered the shockwave across the country this morning. According to multiple confirmed sources, federal law enforcement issued a classified intelligence bulletin late last night, quietly alerting governors, state police, and National Guard commanders that several U.S. cities have now been designated as prime targets for retaliatory action, either from foreign powers or from domestic sleeper cells tied to them. The cities named in the leaked intel: New York, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Houston, Miami, Atlanta, and Chicago. Now, these were not randomly selected cities. These are hubs of power, culture, finance, and most importantly, soft targets.
Kansas City.
And if that phrase sends chills down your spine, well, it should. Because in national security language, a soft target means a place where innocent civilians are exposed the most. Airports, subway stations, synagogues, churches, summer festivals, even water and power facilities. So the leak confirms what many have feared since June 22nd's U.S. airstrike in Iran. The homeland must be next. And what shocked insiders most wasn't the threat level. It was how the warnings got.
That's pretty interesting. You got something else? What you got?
That it's logged. Every phone within 5 miles gets an alert. ICE spotted here. Get out, hide, evade. It's almost kind of like like that Waze app. I don't know if anybody uses Waze, and like you get a notification that there's a cop on the side of the road. It kind of works the same way. Anyway, it's like the old radar detector for speed traps, except it's protecting people who already broke the federal law. So I know it's crazy. And CNN didn't just mention it in passing. They aired entire segments explaining how to use it. They brought on the app's developer to brag about how it helps illegals scatter before ICE shows up. They treated it like a tech feature story, but the truth is it's a digital underground railroad. How is this even legal? Anyway, it seems like that's obstructing justice or something like that. I'm not a lawyer. Anyway, so a direct line for criminals to slip away before law enforcement can come knocking on the door. But here's what you won't hear on CNN. Some of these people are not just quiet border crossers picking fruit. Hey, how you doing? That it's logged, every phone within 5 miles gets an alert. ICE spotted here. Get out, hide, evade. It's almost kind of like that Waze app. I don't know if anybody uses Waze, and like you get a notification that there's a cop on the side of the road. It kind of works the same way. Anyway, it's like the old radar detector for speed traps, except it's protecting people who already broke the federal law. So I know it's crazy. And CNN didn't just mention it in passing. They aired entire segments explaining how to use it. They brought on the app's developer to brag about how it helps illegals scatter before ICE shows up. They treated it like a tech feature story, but the truth is it's a digital underground railroad. How is this even legal? Anyway, it seems like that's obstructing justice or something like that. I'm not a lawyer. Anyway, so a direct line for criminals to slip away before law enforcement can come knocking on the door. But here's what you won't hear on CNN. Some of these people are not just quiet border crossers picking fruit. These are cartel runners, repeat offenders, child traffickers, dangerous felons who slipped in after being deported once or twice, or maybe even 3 times already. So now President Donald Trump's Department of Homeland Security, led by Secretary Kristi Noem, is stepping in. They're not playing games here. This is the same DHS that under President Trump's leadership has already ramped up ICE arrests to levels that the left said were impossible just a year ago. Now, they're actually turning that same force inward. They're looking at who made this possible and why. The Department of Justice is weighing whether CNN crossed the line from journalism to criminal facilitation, because there's free speech, yes. And then there's also helping fugitives run, and that's totally different. And President Trump's team, love him or hate him, knows where that line is. And then they're not afraid to draw it in bold and clear writing. So think about this. Think about what this means. An entire mainstream media outlet with hundreds of millions in corporate sponsors might actually be held accountable for helping people break the law. Now, this is where you start to see why this really matters for the rest of us. Because the second CNN made it easier to hide from ICE, they made it harder to protect your neighborhood, your schools, your tax dollars, and your kids. And that brings us to the smart, strategic part of all of this. Because this isn't just about punishing CNN or scrubbing an app off the App Store. It's about cutting off the escape routes that criminals and traffickers have used for decades, loopholes that past presidents ignored because they were just too busy worried about looking mean. President Trump doesn't care about looking mean. I'll tell you that right now. He cares about keeping you safe. And DHS under Kristi Noem isn't acting that it's logged every phone within are now classified as prime targets in what insiders are calling the most credible homeland threat since 9/11. And President Donald J. Trump, well, he snapped. Mid-flight aboard Air Force One.
Explosive confession from Sean Diddy Combs' former cell block mate. The music mogul wasn't sweating his trial because he knew he was protected. Not by luck, not by lawyers, but by the very system that claimed to prosecute him. Diddy, it turns out, has been doing the Fed's bidding for years. running operations, gathering dirt, playing puppet master behind the velvet curtain of fame. And in return, they kept him safe. From Barack Obama to James Comey, the power players lined up to protect their assets. Even Comey's own daughter, yes, the same one who oversaw the miscarriage of justice that was the Epstein case, was installed to control the outcome. The fix was in, because Diddy knows too much. Now, for the first time, we've obtained a leaked recording straight from inside Manhattan's most secure prison. A first-hand account that blows this conspiracy wide open. What's on the tape? Let's just say it's the kind of truth people die trying to tell. But before we dive in, a quick word about our partner VP.net, the next generation of private browsing. VP.net is the only VPN designed with true zero logging architecture. That means, unlike other VPNs, it literally can't track you. So even if governments or bad actors come knocking, there's nothing to hand over. It's that simple. Your data stays yours, period.
Bit of a commotion outside the courthouse. Sean Combs' mother just returned here. She walked in just a second ago, said she is feeling good because her son was acquitted of the most serious charges that he faced: sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. He seemed confident, telling his family after the verdict was read, "I'm coming home, baby."
Combs wasn't the only one celebrating the sentence. His supporters were outside the courtroom, drenched in baby oil, dancing like it was a victory parade, not a trial.
Authorities across the country are on alert for potential so-called lone wolf attacks, ongoing global conflicts, as well as possible copycats, prompting the notice from federal law enforcement agencies urging the public to stay vigilant. NewsNation's Marcus Espinoza is live for us there in New York City with more. So, Marcus, what are officials saying?
Hey, Nicole, good afternoon. Yeah, so federal agencies really across the country urging folks to be aware, and they're really most concerned about that lone wolf style of attack during this 4th of July holiday week here. 4th of July, of course, falling on a Friday, so it's certainly going to be a busy one. A lot of folks taking time off already. I didn't even run into traffic today. I think that tells you everything you need to know. But in a joint bulletin, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and other law enforcement agencies said individuals or small groups motivated by political, racial, or personal grievances, that's really most likely to target large gatherings like the Macy's fireworks show here in New York City or celebrations across the country. The agencies also warn about potential copycat attacks following the New Year's Day incident in New Orleans, and say global conflicts, including tensions with Iran and the Israel-Hamas war, specific credible threats at this time. So important to make sure that's clear. There's nothing out there specific, but they want folks to be aware. Of course, see something, say something. That's always a wise thing to live by here. But yeah, definitely a heightened alert with everything going on internationally. And then the 4th of July holiday week here. So agencies certainly aware of that.
Yes, we always want to be aware. All right, Marcus, thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Well, the day has finally come. The motion to dismiss has been heard in court, and we have some very saucy, very interesting dialogue that's being shared and passed around for someone who is in the courtroom listening to the arguments made by Drake's legal team, made by UMG's legal team. Obviously, at this point in time, if you don't know the history on this channel, everything that's been going on, we definitely don't have a horse in this race on either side. But the one thing that we do have a horse in the race for is obviously being interested in the implications of this case in relation to freedom.
Shut your ass up.
I'm Matt Gelka in Washington, where law enforcement is warning Americans to be vigilant as they celebrate the 4th of July, with lone wolf terror attacks the top concern. As millions around the country get ready to celebrate Independence Day, a warning from the Department of Homeland Security. ABC News reports multiple bulletins from the FBI and DHS have cited lone wolf attackers as the biggest concern heading into the holiday, potentially inspired by terrorist organizations. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said they were monitoring all threats following U.S. strikes on Iran nuclear facilities.
We've seen some from overseas and some that have been here, maybe gone overseas for a short period of time, become radicalized and come back, or individuals that are right here in the United States. So we have to watch for all of it and to be diligent on all of it, and we'll continue to do so.
The bulletins reportedly mention San Francisco and New York specifically. With large crowds expected to watch fireworks in both places, authorities are concerned about copycats mirroring other terror attacks we've already seen this year. Law enforcement cited the New Orleans truck attack on Bourbon Street from New Year's Day. Former FBI Special Agent Ken Gray says oftentimes a lone wolf attacker leaves less of a paper trail when planning to do harm.
People are traveling internationally. They may have communications that are international. They may receive funding. They may receive training. Somebody philosophy.
A separate warning from the FBI says threats are not only hanging over in-person events,
So how old are
they're
these
also coming in the form of cyber attacks. The hackers pose as real employees or contractors to gain access to sensitive information, and they're suspected of targeting at least 2 major airlines in June. Reporting in Washington, I'm Matt Gelka.
Here's the top 3 lies you've probably heard about mushrooms from brands who've tried to scam you out of your cash, and tips on how to spot them in the future. First, it is
Yeah, you mean it's music? Three PO. Hey, nigga, fact keeping. Y'all was one with that buzz. Can you hear this shit now? All right, you gotta be shit. Mm. What? Man, they on some hating shit. What boy says, play motherfucker. StreamYard keep telling me there's an issue with sharing the audio on the page. It keep popping up on the screen. They don't want me to play that shit. They don't want you to hear Jennifer Flynn. Nah, they just blocking the sound. Not over no copyright shit. Anything this man do, he'll tell you everything's free to use. You know, he says that shit. So, and I don't know why this shit ain't playing. That's another Janky. Let me run it back.
It's this issue of accountability. So yesterday,
what needs to be done here?
I would put my team in the close, trusted personal advisors he has, and he said, and I would say something along the lines of, "Look, we just crushed the Iranian nuclear program and set them back 10 years, let's say. I want this team to crush the deep state, just like we just crushed the Iranian nuclear program. But I want the setback to be forever. So we have got to come up with some ideas. People brought in for questioning right now. This is good versus evil. And we better know, we better understand right now that if we don't take the evidence, if we don't take the information that we are getting, and the American people are standing there like me right now, we're standing or we're sitting and we're saying, please, Mr. President, take action.
Minutes, General.
But what also matters to the American, but we'll have the big.
You've got the floor.
Thanks so much for having me, Alex, and everything that you continue to do and report on. I mean, it's amazing how visionary you really are. So where are we? Where is the United States of America right now? And, you know, we have, I'm not sure if Hakeem Jeffries has shut up yet, but we'll have the big, beautiful bill, and that'll get signed off here by the President of the United States shortly. And that'll continue to move our economy in the direction that I think that Trump wants to move. And, you know, one of the big things this summer, of course, is the price of a gallon of gas, the price of a gallon of milk, the price of a dozen eggs. So all that matters to the American people. But what also matters to the American people, and I know this because I'm getting it in spades, and I hear it because I pay very close attention to the various news conferences and press conferences that both Trump does, and as well as is being done from the White House press room. And that's this issue of accountability. So yesterday, and I think it's, you know, I think you've reported on it and it's floating around the internet right now, is this declassified document about Russiagate, right? I mean, I've known this, everybody knows this, but now there's stark evidence. There you go. Now there is stark evidence. Brennan, Comey, Clapper, right? And these three, you know, stooges, these three hoodlums, these guys, the whole thing was made up. It was made up to help Hillary Clinton win. And in fact, part of that also says that actually Russia wanted Hillary Clinton to win. They actually favored her to win. So that document's out. There's another document that didn't get a lot of reporting, and that's the document by Senator Grassley. I think he released a couple of weeks ago about foreign interference in our elections, particularly precisely China, but China, Venezuela, Cuba, Russia, Iran, where the U.S. intelligence community was aware of all this during the 2020 election. So we've known that. So how much more do we know that the U.S. intelligence community is hiding from the American people? But this particular document that you're rifling through right there, Alex, is such a staggering display of criminal behavior by the most senior officials in the U.S. government under Barack Obama. Okay, and we now know, because during my case we brought it out. You know, before my case was dismissed, we fought tooth and nail. Yeah, these are acts of treason, exactly. So the 5th, and I'll go back to this, the 5th of January of 2017 was a very famous meeting, which we now know we have all the evidence of, with there's probably some redacted items that are still remaining, but we have enough evidence of the 5th of January 2017 meeting in the Oval Office run by Barack Obama and his soldiers, right? Those three, Comey, Clapper, and Brennan were three among a couple others. Yates and Susan Rice were two others. And that's the meeting that they conspired to basically undermine a duly elected president of the United States. And the person that they talked about getting rid of first was yours truly. That was the 5th of January, 2017. The 6th of January, that particular report was presented, that what that report is talking about, that report was presented to Donald J. Trump and his incoming national security team the very next day up at Trump Tower, 6 January 2017. So here they are in the Oval Office on the 5th of January, and they are conspiring to basically undermine and overthrow the presidency of the United States of America. And then the 6th of January was the day that they then met to lie to the incoming administration, particularly to President Trump, about a whole series of things. And those series of things are highlighted in that this particular.
All right, General Flynn,
report.
stay there. You will continue to have the floor. But the takeaway here is, you're absolutely right. General Flynn is saying we need immediate Justice Department action with all the exhibits, the total attempted coup against America, conceived, the Trump, all certified, it's all is the duty of Trump, which we know he wants. This is the duty.
War. We're at war with a very intrusive component of our federal government and now some of the other institutions. And this is a Marxist takeover, and these people have not quit. It started with.
They're lining up. You're absolutely right. This must be done. This is the duty of Trump, which we know he wants. This is the duty of the Justice Department. And if it's not done very soon, what do we then do? You have the floor, sir, to unpack first the level of treason, as you said earlier, we're dealing with, and what must be done.
Yeah. So first of all, Alex, we're at war. We're at war with a very intrusive component of our federal government and now some of the other institutions. And this is a Marxist takeover, and these people have not quit. It started with Barack Obama. They wanted Hillary Clinton desperately. Trump won. You know, they stole the election in 2020.
Who trying to
Trump,
show
thank God,
love to the BBW?
assassin's
What?
bullet to his head, and he's now the president, and he's doing some amazing things. But this
Go
nation,
find
and I
you
want
some
everybody to understand
help.
that this is a Marxist revolution that is ongoing in our
Psychiatric
country and has been for a long
help.
time. So
Get the evaluation first.
and another
we get
aspect of the presidency, the president of the United States is the president of the United States, the commander in chief, and he is the chief law enforcement officer for the country, not the attorney general of the United States. Okay, the president is. So the president has extraordinary national emergency powers, national security authorities.
What you gonna do about it?
And I can tell you, with this report, with what Senator Grassley put out about
Y'all
elections
experiencing
and
what we experienced.
the intrusion of our elections by foreign adversaries and others that were supporting them inside of this country, and what we now know of what they try to, sort of pull the wool over our eyes with.
Can't allow
with
it to happen.
The head of the CIA, the head of the National Intelligence Directorate, and the head of the FBI. Those three alone.
I
never
think
mind a few
motherfuckers,
others, we now
but you
must
niggas want to just let
demand
America
accountability.
fall into
And I
another
can tell you, just looking at
another-
the last 24
another
hours, and I put
set of
something out a
hands
couple of
that's
days ago, and I've actually said
just
this on
as
your
bad
show
or even worse.
before. The people that they need to go after, some of these
Like
guys
this
right
ain't
now,
your
and I
shit
mean
or
like
something.
today and tonight.
You
They
said
need
a
to
year
do
ago,
raids like
you
they did
said a
against
month
my-
ago, you said Brennan, Clapper, and Comey are the
I'm just saying-
kingpins. You get them, the whole thing falls, and now it's in the report.
Acting like
Yeah,
this
and
shit ain't
exactly,
yours.
and and like I said, you go pick
Letting
up Jim
these
Clapper.
fight over
Cash
your
Patel,
shit.
Go pick up Jim Clapper, take him on a long ride to wherever he's going to be questioned, and I guarantee during that ride he will spill his guts because Jim Clapper does not want to go to jail. He's an older gentleman. He's like probably
pussies.
80, 81 years old. He doesn't want to go to jail for the rest of his life. He's a. And the other thing is Brennan, Comey, and Clapper. Those three amigos, they're soldiers. Okay, they're soldiers in this takeover of America. The kingpins here are people like Barack Obama and others who are part of this globalist component, and they're internal to this country. There are some of the large CEOs, if you will, and certainly the overseas component of the globalist cabal led by people the likes of like Soros, as an example. So these three, though, were
Big,
soldiers, and they
beautiful
were
bill.
executing what they were
You
told to
saying that was
execute,
a
which is basically to
shout
undermine.
out to
Once
the
Trump won in
to the big bitches,
2016, we are
to
not
all
going to
the
let this
big
guy,
bitches. The big
have a
beautiful
day
bill
to
was for
breathe.
you big
Undermine
beautiful
him, get rid of
bitches.
him. They wanted him out before the election. They wanted him out. Once he won, they wanted him out immediately with the likes of Rosenstein, who was the acting attorney general at the time, trying to run the 25th Amendment on Trump. I mean, so many things that we have got to go back and look at.
And General, just to briefly interrupt, because you're so on target here, for people that
They've
don't
been
know
in the
about
driver's
Russ's report and all the documents he got from whistleblowers and others, it's exactly what you and I said 4.5 years ago at the time. What came out, the Chinese whistleblowers, the ballots floating on private planes, in the key battleground stealing it, the Chinese nationals driving the cars in at 2 a.m. in Michigan and other Pennsylvania.
At this point, one would
and
think
the
so.
postal drivers finding it, reporting it, FBI threatening them.
Ain't nobody doing
this
shit
was
about
Venezuela,
that.
China, working with the CIA, working with their own operatives to literally steal the election.
If it was
and
like
the FBI mid-level found it and reported
him
it and
arrested
shut
and
down.
indicted,
This
all
is
kinds of-
total proof of high treason with the Democratic Party, with their own operatives in the intelligence agencies and DOJ.
Yeah, they is putting all
working
kind of
to
shit
steal
around the White House.
election
That ain't no lie.
using the power and force of our main adversary, the
I'll
Communist
show that
Chinese.
shit
I mean,
too,
look,
because I seen
we know the penalty for this is open and shut, and they need to get fair trials, and then they need to be hung in public.
Yeah. So
Let me
this
find that
is
shit.
very,
I
very
just
serious
seen some
time
of that
for
shit.
America.
They putting up some.
And Trump is in a really
put up some-
powerful position, not only the
They put up
presidency of the United
a
States
lot
of America,
of them
but the
bills.
mandate that he was given in a very historic victory.
They ain't doing all
And
this
we
shit
haven't
for
had
no
that many
reason.
presidents that were president and then there was a break and then they were president again. I think it's only been twice in our history. And that's because the American people, they felt like
You
something
probably
was
got a
stolen
link to
from,
that shit.
stolen from us. And it was. Our country was like an attempted robbery of the United States of America by the Marxist left in this country, okay?
Well, it was a
There's no more
kidnapping. It was a
Democrat Party,
kidnapping,
folks.
a kidnapping, General, for 4 years. They got control. We pushed them back out. So this is a tug of war.
It's huge. And so Trump right now, with a Congress that should be behind him, they're not totally behind him. This uniparty that's sitting in Congress, right? He won the Republican House, the Republican Senate. He's got 3 appointees in the Supreme Court. You know, say what we want about them, but Trump is in a really, really powerful position. He's 6 months into the job of his second term, and he needs to really start taking action. This bill that gets signed, it's going to skyrocket the economy. I think is going to really move quickly here, and I think that Trump has got a good plan for that.
I mean, if
But
all
what I
this shit
want
is
to
real,
tell him is I want to tell President
I mean,
Trump that, and he understands this. Trust me, he understands.
I'm
it.
not
He's gotta
oblivious
get
to
the
the
people
shit that's
around him to
going on.
understand it even
So
more and now to act. But we are at war. We are
you got
in a
motherfuckers fighting
wartime
over your
situation
shit. You know what I'm
right here
saying?
at home. You can go back to one of
we
our
already mad at the
founders,
motherfucker
John
who
Jay,
controlling it now.
in Federalist Paper 2
I don't see
and
that
3,
damn
he
nigga in
addressed
no
the
fight
threat to the greatest threat to
to
America.
gain control
And I'll
over
paraphrase: the greatest threat to
they
America
shit.
won't be from a
I
foreign
see other
adversary.
folks
It'll
fighting,
be from
but
subversion
ain't shit.
inside of our own country.
When I say they, I
And
mean
that's where we
our
are
shit.
today, almost 250 years later, right? 249 years later. We have subversion from the most, the
Y'all motherfuckers
highest
talking about,
elements of our United States intelligence
just get your
and
popcorn
security
and sit back and watch
apparatuses,
them
right?
fight it out.
The
Watch them
the
fight over
leaders
your
of
shit.
those organizations
I don't understand that logic.
were subverting, and they were doing
I really
it
don't.
on
I
behalf
don't.
of a president of the United States.
Maybe I'm
And that
just
is
crazy.
and that was in name is Barack Obama. So Trump has got to get his team together and
Is
say,
that some of the
okay,
fence of
folks,
this shit right there?
what do we want to do? What are we going to do? What steps are we going to do? And the most important person in that room is probably Pam Bondi. If she's got the wherewithal to be able to do this,
Not
we don't
this
need
ugly
any
bitch.
more
Why you
talk
send me this ugly?
on any of these news channels anymore. What we need is
That's
action.
that's a
I
dude.
would like to know, as
That
an
is
American,
that is a
and as
dude.
somebody that has been through hell and back,
What's
I
her
want to
name?
know,
Rachel?
is there an investigation ongoing against these people? That's not giving away
Maddow.
the farm. Just tell the American
Let me stop
people
before I get
what it is
canceled.
that
I don't
you're
give a
doing.
fuck.
Because if you don't,
Nigga bitch.
we're going to
Fuck
stop
she
believing
is. Whatever
anything
the
you
fuck
say.
he is.
And we're going to continue to have that
That's a thing.
that truth, continue to be just, going away, just dissipating. Because right now, and trust, the idea of trust in our institutions is something that we want
you
desperately.
standing-
The American people want to trust our
I
institutions
see
desperately,
and
but
look
we do not.
nothing.
And that trust will erode,
What you
will
standing
continue to
on?
erode if we aren't told
Panel full of
that we
fools.
we are taking the following
Constantly
actions.
fussing.
This report that just came out is so egregious. It is an
Misguiding the
attack on our
discussions.
country. It shows a usurpation,
God
an
damn it.
insidiousness inside of our nation that totally against the Constitution,
Of our
totally against the
nation.
rule of law, to undermine our country. And I don't want to
Got
hear anything
poured in a
about,
rocket
well,
launcher.
statute of limitations. I mean,
I dig it.
we should be talking about, we should be talking about treason. Trump said something the other day, and I don't know how much time I got. I'll finish with this, Alex.
No,
Trump
please,
said
sir. You
something
got
the
as
other
much
day.
time as you want. We're not
Okay.
going to wait for 12 minutes. You can stay.
So Trump said something the other day, yesterday, I think.
Let's see
down
what
at
old
his
long neck
Alcatraz-
Rachel talking about.
Alligator Alcatraz here, right? And somebody asked him about Mayorkas. Somebody asked him about whether or not Mayorkas is going to be, indicted for letting in all these illegals, right? Is he going to, if something happened? Trump said, well, I think he was pardoned. Was he pardoned? He asked one of his guys, was he pardoned? And they didn't know. They should know. They should know if Mayorkas, a secretary, a cabinet secretary level under Biden, was he pardoned or not? Somebody on his team ought to know that right then and there. But they didn't know. So Trump says, well, maybe he was just following orders. Well, so weren't the generals and the SS during World War II. And guess what happened? What happened after World War II was something called the Nuremberg trials.
Making love to that fucking
So I don't
thing.
know if we have to go
First of
that
all,
far.
I ain't into
Although I will
niggas.
tell you, I don't want to hear
I like
that,
females.
well, somebody was just following orders. If Mayorkas was
And I don't
following the
think
orders
this
of
thing is a
somebody
female.
and he allowed 20 million in during his watch, that's a problem. You can't take a pass here, folks, about your
20,
following
20
orders.
million.
So Brennan, Comey, and Clapper, if you're going
Don't
to
make
sit
me
there
pull
and say,
up
well, I was
dude.
following the orders. Okay, well,
Don't make
who
me
you
pull
following
up
the
dude.
orders
You
of?
remember you
following the
go
orders
you
of
gonna
Barack
know my
Obama?
name. You don't
I mean,
know me
this
now,
is
but you
now
will know
where
me
we
later.
have to,
Whatever
the
fuck you
old
say.
rubber
What he
meets the
say?
road, right? Now that it's
is brewing in Washington. Steel walls, blackouts, and total silence. Washington, D.C. is quietly transforming into a fortress, and no one is talking about it. Over the past 48 hours,
Why they gotta
crews
put
have
the
been
music
installing
and shit,
steel
bro?
barricades, anti-climb fences, and surveillance blockers around some of the most critical government buildings, including the White House, the Treasury, and federal courthouses. No official statement, no press conference, just silence and heavily armed presence. But here's what we do know. June 28th, massive protests expected from immigrant rights groups and anti-surveillance movements. July 4th, Independence Day, and the date tied to a rumored presidential announcement said to change the direction of the country. Military helicopters have been flying in patterns every night. Unmarked vehicles and uniformed men with no ID have been seen near metro stations. Public cameras are going offline. Streets are being blocked for maintenance. And insiders are calling this the quiet lockdown.
Hey,
is
man.
this preparation for a threat we don't know about? Or is the government
That's like-
preparing for chaos
that
from
bitch-
within?
that's
Comment
an
we
AI
deserve the
image
truth
of
if you
this.
feel something is off. Share this
Crazy.
video before it disappears. And follow me for minute-by-minute updates, because if they're building
I
walls
can
in the
tell
dark,
that's
what
AI.
they're afraid of must already be here.
You don't think that's AI? I think that's AI. I don't know his ass said.
Breaking over 400 bodies found in suspected secret crematory near U.S. border. What investigators found just across from El Paso shocked even the most experienced agents. In a small
Damn.
house-like building in Ciudad Juarez, more than 400 decomposing bodies were discovered, stacked in rooms that looked more like horror scenes than morgues.
heck?
According to KVIA News, at least 383 complete human bodies and several partial remains were found on site. Some are believed to have been there for 3 to 4 years. There were no industrial ovens, no documentation, no signs of formal operations. Just room after room filled with the dead. Authorities acted on an anonymous tip. They
Authorities
expected an
acted
illegal
on-
storage
make a-
site, but what
make
they
a
entered was something
cringy
far darker.
news
Neighbors never reported a
story.
thing. No one
I could
questioned the
get
smell.
millions of
And
views
until
on
now,
it.
no one knew this place existed. Who were they?
dope.
Missing migrants? Cartel victims? Ghosts of the border crisis? Forensic teams are now racing to identify the remains, but officials admit that most may never be named. Comment, no one deserves to be forgotten if this chills you.
Nobody
Share this
deserves
story
to be
before it
forgotten.
disappears. And follow for real updates they won't show on the
Follow
evening
for
news.
real updates.
Because if 400 bodies were left to rot in breaking over 400 bodies.
This weird ass dude. The fuck? I'm waiting on the shark to take a bite of this motherfucking ass. Shark like, I don't want that baloney, nigga. You ignorant motherfucker. Nope.
I will miss you so much. Trump is putting the Robert E. Lee name back on buildings? I mean, are you down?
Why not?
So when I was at West Point, I actually lived in Robert E.
Put all that
Lee
shit
barracks
back where it
when I
was.
there. And as I said,
Robert E. Lee went to West Point.
Yes, he did. That's why the barracks named after him. My brother, sister, and I are matriculated through West Point. We all graduated. And I'll never forget walking under the threshold of Robert E. Lee barracks and think to myself, damn, this is one hell of a country. Because only in America can someone like me
I'm trying to find some new imagery of this White House.
And then be a
I see
successful
some
West
shit
Point
from
graduate.
5 days
If we
ago,
start changing
6
the
days
names on
ago.
buildings, then every single building would be named Jesus Christ based on perfection. I bring that up because I want to talk about the progress, and the idea of us changing names on buildings actually doesn't harken us back to times where they weren't as good.
And statues,
And how
too?
can we not? Oh, I am.
Shit, this probably why they
wife
did that
is-
shit.
I've been black my whole life.
Yes.
So far, still. My wife is white, and we have 3 biracial children, and I cannot wait to show them and take them to places that wasn't always the case. There was a time when your mother and daddy could not be married. My children are going to have the opportunity to be second lining down in New Orleans, and then my wife is from Iowa. They'll be on the farm with their grandfather in Iowa. That is America, and
Yes.
I do not want to take down these statues and change the names of these buildings because they're a reminder of what was, and if we don't remember it, we are doomed to repeat it.
Trump is putting the Robert E. Lee name back on buildings? I mean, are you down with that?
Doomed
So
to
when I was at West
repeat
Point,
it.
I actually lived in Robert E. Lee barracks when I was there.
That's if
And as
it's
I
true,
said,
nigga.
Lee went to West Point.
Yes, he did. That's why the barracks is named after him. My brother, sister, and I are matriculated through West Point. We
Nigga.
all graduated. And I'll never forget walking under the threshold of Robert E. Lee barracks and think to myself, damn, this is one hell of a country. Because only in America can someone like me
He's like a
walk into
third
building
titty.
named after a Confederate general and then
I
be a
don't know if
successful
he
West Point
African or
graduate.
not,
If
nigga.
we start changing the names on buildings, then every
Nigga
single
got
building
that
will be named
African
Jesus
dome,
Christ based
though.
on
You got-
perfection. I bring that up because I want to talk about the
That-
progress.
that
and the
ain't
idea of us
Olmec.
changing
That ain't-
names on buildings actually doesn't harken us back to
He
times
damn near
when they
got a
weren't as good.
disc-shaped
And
dome.
how can we not? Oh, my wife is. I've been black my whole life.
Yes.
So far, still. My wife is white, and we have 3 biracial children, and I cannot wait to show them and take them to places that wasn't always the case. There was a time when your mother and daddy could not be married.
Mhm. She was a Slav. Oh, oops. What is this? What is this shit? Play, motherfucker. This probably why they put the shit up around the motherfucker. Yeah, this probably why they did it. This probably why. Yeah, this probably why they put the barricades put up. Okay, broke into the grounds of the White House. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
His head was almost like shaped almost like one of them aliens off of Independence Day. This why they put them barricades up, because motherfuckers is acting crazy out this bitch. Wait a minute, hold on, they just. You see these niggas running around with the locks and shit. They don't even know. They don't even know they out there fucking up their ancestors' kids though. This is the goofy shit I'm talking about. You know how long ago your ancestors built that shit? Now you think these people have built this, so you out here like acting stupid and tear it up? You got some retarded ass niggas. I'm sorry. This is just irritating. What happened when you got a bunch of motherfuckers that don't know shit about? Ain't got no.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Don't make me pull up one of them aliens. Don't make me pull up one of them aliens off Independence Day and put it side by side with that nigga dome. I will do that shit. Look at these. I hate these niggas out here. Niggas. Sometimes I just want them to slap the shit out of people. The sad part, I see a bunch of niggas out there. Programming at its finest.
Oh my god.
This shit was from
Oh my god.
It's 2020? June of 2020. Well, that look like a bunch of liberal, like BLM and
Oh my god.
Keith and
Oh my god.
All right, this one like five and 6 days ago. It's 6 days, it's 5 days ago.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stop, you idiots. Let's see. This is from 6 days ago. Yeah.
A lot of these helicopters like that have been flying in front of the White House that are basically doing a big square around both the Washington Monument and the White House. We're seeing a lot of these helicopters like that have been flying in front of the White House that are basically doing a big square around both the Washington Monument and the White House.
Wheelchair, go on, tell them you should have said, go on, roll your ass on out there then. Show me how it's done. Roll your ass on out.
We're seeing a lot of these helicopters like that have been flying in front of the
ago.
White House that are basically doing a big square around both the Washington
That's
Monument
5 days.
and the White House. We're seeing a lot of these helicopters like that have been flying in front of the White House that are basically doing a big square around both the Washington Monument and the White House.
Well, that's 5 days ago. Look at her butt. It is so big.
We're seeing a lot of these helicopters like that have been flying in front of the White House that are basically doing a big square around both the Washington Monument and the White House.
That's all I see on that regarding. But that is kind of strange. I ain't even gonna front.
We're seeing a lot of these helicopters like that have been flying in front of the White House that are basically doing a big square around both the Washington Monument and the White House.
I remember this show. Remember that show with Jesse Ventura on the motherfucker? Yeah. Yeah. Jesse the
We're
Body
seeing a lot of these
Ventura.
helicopters like
Is
that
that
have
his
been
old
flying
name?
in
Or
front of
something
the
like
White
that?
House. They're basically doing a big square around both the Washington Monument
Jesse
and
the
the White
Body
House.
Ventura. Ventura.
Someone came out, the spokeswoman. What is this place?
This is the T. Don Hutto Residential Center.
Residential center.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. It looks like a prison. I mean, I've never seen a residential center that has two sets of fences go around. It looks identical to a prison to me.
Well, the reason I'm here is just to see what I can do for you today, and
Well, you can answer my questions. Why does it look like a prison if it's and I've never come to a residential center that has its front doors locked and you can't walk in and talk to a receptionist.
well, the reason for that is
Yes.
to protect the privacy of the residents inside.
And why do they need protection?
Well,
They
I'll tell you
live.
what I can do for you, sir. I'm more than happy to forward all your questions to our folks at ICE. They'd be more than happy to talk.
And ICE is
And your
who is
Immigration
ICE?
and Customs Enforcement.
Ah, okay.
And that's under
Homeland
Security? Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
story
that these centers were for
illegal aliens or undocumented immigrants, but that they
would then build them all over the nation,
prisons that are for entire
families, similar to
the Nazi concentration camps.
Or similar to when they interned American Japanese citizens in World War II.
Exactly.
That government plan to suspend the Constitution, declare martial law, and round up anyone deemed a national security threat, it's
Well.
documented. It's called Rex 84.
Oh,
it was
I
cooked
spoke
up under the
about
Reagan
this.
administration by
Yeah.
Colonel Oliver North.
Nothing but the fruits, so help you God, I do.
That's the problem, is that the executive branch is now claiming the ability to use its military authority to execute the laws here at home.
Governor, I need to talk to you right away.
That's just the tip of the iceberg.
These fusion centers aren't just to keep tabs on the public and spy on us. They're really command and control centers for the concentration camps that are being expanded all over the nation.
Concentration camps? I knew this was going to get bigger, but I had to see this for myself. I met Alex outside a federal prison in Texas. At least, it seemed to be a prison.
This is also designated as a civil unrest center, and there's 11,000 plus acres in this area controlled by the Department of Defense.
So there's much more potential prison space than what we're seeing right here.
Yes, this is one of the major complexes in the United States for suppressing the major cities during
I've been hitting
unrest
these
with a financial
motherfuckers a long
collapse,
time.
or during a war, or during a revolution in this country. Just
Yeah.
one active prison. They've got giant auxiliaries. They've got other nearby prisons.
Alex was going to show me more, but then the guards showed up.
Governor Jesse Ventura, is there a problem?
Yeah. You gonna put themselves in there? Oh, we gotta go
These
back.
guys are playing games.
I'm used to getting
Support
hassled.
ourselves.
Whatever. We were moving on to another kind of prison.
What they gonna do?
They
Is that what
call
they
it a
gonna do?
residential center.
Is that what they gonna do, niggas? Is that what they gonna do? Hey, we're sorry. We're gonna go ahead and deport ourselves. Even after all the admission of theft and everything else, we're American. We're not really American. We're gonna deport ourselves. Get the fuck out of here.
Center. But it looks a hell of a lot more like a prison to me. Double fences, floodlights, barbed wire to keep people from getting out, and at the main entrance, railroad tracks, just like Nazi Germany. Here's the part that gets me, though. Any instrument that may be used as an aid in effecting or attempting escape. Well, when they use the term escape, that tells me people are being held here against their will.
And they're building these centers all over the country, and they call them residential centers.
Residential centers with fences?
Because they're designed to hold whole families. Because they're designed to hold
whole family.
Whole families.
Who do we talk to here? Can we walk in?
You think they're just gonna roll out?
It took a while.
You think they're just gonna bounce?
But finally, someone came out, the spokeswoman. What is
After
this
all
place?
the programming.
T. Don Huddle Residential Center.
Residential center.
That they, this is their shit.
And I've never seen a residential center that has two sets of fences go around. It looks identical to a prison to me.
Me neither.
The reason I'm here is just to see what I can do for you today, and
Well, you can answer my questions. Why does it look like a prison if it's and I've never come to a residential center that has its front doors locked and you can't walk in and talk to a receptionist.
well, the reason for that is to protect the privacy of the residents inside.
And why do they need protection?
Well, I tell you what I can do for you, sir. I'm more than happy to forward all your questions to our folks at ICE. They'd be more than happy to talk.
And ICE is
And your
who is
Immigration
that?
and Customs Enforcement.
Okay.
And that's under Homeland Security?
Yes, sir.
Ooh wee.
Finally, someone came out, the
Remember that shit?
spokeswoman. What is this place?
This is the T. Don Huddle Residential Center.
Remember that shit?
Residential center.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I've-
Okay.
It looks like a prison. I mean, I've never seen a residential center that has two sets of fences go around. It looks identical to a prison to me.
Well, the reason I'm here is just to see what I can do for you today,
Well, you can answer my questions. Why does it look like a prison if it's and I've never come to a residential center that has its front doors locked and you can't walk in and talk to a receptionist.
well, the reason for that is to protect the privacy of the residents inside.
And why do they need protection?
Well, I tell you what I can do for you, sir. I'm more than happy to forward all your questions to our folks at ICE. They'd be more than happy to talk.
And
to
ICE
They all go together.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
And that's under
They
Homeland
all
Security.
married at the hip.
Story that these centers were for illegal aliens
Or
or
I ain't
undocumented
here.
immigrants, but that they would then build them all over the nation, prisons that are for entire families, similar to the Nazi concentration camps.
Or similar to the interned American Japanese citizens in
Maybe I
World
just
War II.
stay here.
Exactly.
That government plan to suspend the Constitution, declare martial law, and round up anyone deemed a national security threat, it's documented. It's called Rex 84. It was cooked up under the Reagan administration by Colonel Oliver North.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God, I do. And that's the problem, is that the executive branch is now claiming the ability to use its military authority to execute the laws here at home.
Governor, I need to talk to you right away. That's just the tip of the iceberg. These fusion centers aren't just to keep tabs on the public and spy on us. They're really command and control centers for the concentration camps that are being expanded all over the nation.
Concentration camps? I knew this was going to get bigger, but I had to see this for myself. I met Alex outside a federal prison in Texas. At least, it seemed to be a prison.
This is also designated as a civil unrest center, and there's 11,000 plus acres in this area controlled by the Department of Defense.
So there's much more potential prison space than what we're seeing right here.
Yes, this is one of the major complexes in the United States for suppressing the major cities during unrest with a financial collapse, or during a war, or during a revolution in this country. Just one active prison. They've got giant auxiliaries. They've got other nearby prisons.
Alex was going to show me more, but then the guard showed up.
Hi, Governor Jesse Ventura. Is there a problem?
These guys aren't playing games.
I'm used to getting hassled. Whatever, we were moving on to another kind of prison. They call it a residential center, but it looks a hell of a lot more like a prison to me. Double fences, floodlights, barbed wire to keep people from getting out, and at the main
What is this I see?
railroad tracks.
What this
Just like
nigga say
Nazi
to Maxine Waters?
Here's the part that gets me, though. Any instrument that may be used as an aid in effecting or attempting
What this
escape.
nigga say to Maxine
Well, when they
Waters?
use the term escape, that tells me people are being held here against their will.
And they're building these centers all over the country, and they call them residential centers
Residential centers with fences?
because they're designed to hold whole families. Because they're designed to
What
hold.
are you doing,
whole-
sir? Huh? What are you doing, sir? Uh-uh. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. What are you doing, sir? Uh-uh. Uh-uh. What he say to Maxine? I want to know. This first time me seeing this. I ain't heard nothing. What my nigga say? What he say? Is this nigga sweet? Is this nigga sweet? No. You better not be sweet. Come on, Miss Maxine. Come on now. This might be good.
Harass me. Harass me. Dude, you tried to get the police. Harass me. Harass me. Harass me. Harass me. Dude, you tried to get the police on me.
I just have to ask you, it seems like you're advocating for millions of illegals to be paid, their health care be paid for by taxpayers. Is that wrong? Because your constituents are having to pay for the health insurance of millions of illegals brought in by Joe Biden. Do you condemn that? Is that not a problem? No? Come on, it's a pretty easy question. You can condemn it. You can say yes, I do support it. I mean, your lack of an answer. Oh yeah, call the police on me for asking a congresswoman a question.
Officer.
That's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. That's fine. That's okay. So I mean, can I get a quick answer to that question?
Hold on, face though. Hold on.
Harass me. Harass me. Dude, you tried to get the police on me.
I just have to ask you, it seems like you're advocating for millions of illegals to be paid, their health care be paid for by taxpayers. Is that wrong? Because your constituents are having to pay for the health insurance of millions of illegals brought in by Joe Biden. Do you condemn that? Is that not a problem? No? Come on, it's a pretty easy question. You can condemn it. You can say yes, I do support it. I mean, your lack of an answer. Oh yeah, call the police on me for asking a congresswoman a question. That's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
That's fine.
No, it's okay. So I mean, can I get a quick answer to that question? Quick answer to that question. Do you support illegals getting taxpayer-funded health care?
You're my hero.
It's incredible. We pay these salaries. The taxpayers pay the salaries, and we can't even get an answer to the question.
Oh, let's take some. What the fuck?
Thank you. You tried. But taxpayer-funded health care.
You're my hero.
Hey, man.
It's incredible. We pay these salaries. The taxpayers pay the salaries, and we can't even get an answer to the question.
Holy Maxine.
Thank you.
Anybody know?
You tried, but it's not going to work. I'm going to continue to ask questions, bud. Dude, you tried to call the police. What are you talking about?
Just long
exactly. You lost. It didn't work. All right, let's do a little bit of an easier one here at this point. How about condemning the violent riots in Los Angeles? Are you willing to do that at least? I mean, come on. We're talking about people that were setting buildings and cars on fire, assaulting ICE agents.
A little Asian.
Can we do that?
What is he with the white
Can we do
gray
that?
hair and shit?
All right, condemning. Yeah, don't say anything. Don't say anything. You're right. That's probably not a good idea. Okay. All right. So not gonna condemn the violent riots in Los Angeles. This is amazing. This is the Democrat Party.
And all these Christian people here, now harass me the same way you just want. We can disagree, but harass me. Dude, you tried to get the police on me. The difference between me and her is, I ain't afraid of you. So harass me the way you just had SLA. And the brother that's laughing about it, harass me. No.
Bro, you need to calm down.
Harass
me.
I dare you. Harass me the way you just harassed her.
You're the one that just chased me down, bro.
Harass me the way you just harassed her. Harass me.
You'll be okay.
Harass me the way you just I see you walking away. Huh? Harass me the way you just harassed her.
If you want to, you're the one that ran it. Dude, you ran from all the way over there after me.
I see you walking away.
All right, you can keep walking with me.
I see you walking away.
You can keep walking with me if you want to.
Yeah.
Harass
What are
me.
you talking
The way
about?
you just harassed that lady.
What are you
You can
talking
ask
about?
any question you want. Just
I don't know who
harass
you
me.
are. Why the fuck am I going to talk to you?
Harass
Who are you?
Me the way you harassed
Who
that
are
lady.
you?
Harass me the way you harassed
Are you going to
that
tell me who you are, or are you just going to
Harass
stand
me.
here
I'm
and?
saying what I
Okay,
want.
so we're not.
Harass
So this is going nowhere.
Harass
You're free to
me.
keep walking with me if you want
Harass
to.
me.
Okay.
Harass
Well,
me.
you just ran from all the way over there. So assuming you want me to.
That's
Okay, are you going to say anything productive? So you're not going to tell me who you are.
I see you leaving.
Come with me. Come with me, dude.
Hey,
You just
Root-
ran like
hey,
100
Root,
yards to come
Bookworm
get
see
me.
this, he
You
gonna be
can
in
keep
love.
walking if you want to.
You got no foreskin. Do you have a foreskin, man?
What?
This motherfucker said, "Do you have a foreskin?" What this old dude say at the end? What?
A foreskin. Do you have a foreskin, man?
What? You can keep walking if you want to.
You got no foreskin. Do you have a foreskin, man?
What?
What did I just watch? Hey, what did I just watch? Hey, do you have a foreskin? Is that what the fuck he said? Damn. Time.
You can keep walking if you want to.
You got no foreskin. Do you have a foreskin, man?
What?
Am I tripping? What did he say? What did he just say? I'm gonna run it one more time. What did he say?
You can keep walking if you want to.
You got no foreskin. Do you have a foreskin, man?
What?
What did he say? Huh? What the fuck he say? I don't know what he said. Sound like he's asking the motherfucker if he had a foreskin or something. What the fuck was that? You gonna hear some of that wild, goofy shit I was hearing? There's no way they would block this because they love this. Those who control the Internet of Things. Where is shit at? Oh goodness. This might piss you off a little bit. Oh, don't do that. Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. Without tripping, what did he say? What did he say? Or am I hearing shit? Pastor Greg Locke. Was it Lucky? Locke. Come on, run your mouth. Is that what he really said? I don't know, nigga. What pastor talks like this?
People. And so I'm not broad stroking and saying that Jews always make the right decisions. I'm not saying their government has always made the right decisions. I'm saying that they are still to this day in a covenant with the Lord, and replacement theology has become a damnable heresy that the church has now somehow, replaced Israel, and we are Israel when butchering people by the tens of thousands. And that's not Jones then, right? Where's 2 Peter? They're not talking about it because it doesn't deal with Israel. Because in the last days, the Bible doesn't say the world will rise against Africa. The world will rise against, this, and this. It says the world will rise against Israel. The word Israel basically is, God's people, L-E-L. This is the people of God. The word Israel itself is the prince of God. And so obviously people are going to come against them. Well, they do terrible things. Of course they do terrible things. Evangelicals do terrible things.
Mike is now muted.
Just one more point that I'll shut up for a while and try to give you the floor. I do cover the genocides going on in Africa, and Trump just did that, great peace deal down there with Rwanda and their neighbors. And I do cover South Africa, and I
Jones, right? InfoWars.
I said, what pastor talks like
by
this?
the tens of thousands. Satanic symbolism and nonsense. And I'm going to address all of that here in a little while. Starve Rephidim and all that. So, did you know there's African nations right now that have a real genocide? Butchering people by the tens of thousands. And that's not on the news. Where's Candace talking about that? Where's Tucker and Alex Jones then, right? Where's 2 Peter? They're not talking about it because it doesn't deal with Israel. Because in the last days, the Bible doesn't say the world will rise against Africa. The world will rise against, this, and this. It says the world will rise against Israel. The word Israel basically is, God's people, L-E-L. This is the people of God. The word Israel itself is the prince of God. And so obviously people are going to come against them. Well, they do terrible things. Of course they do terrible things. Evangelicals do terrible things.
Just one more point that I'll shut up for a while and try to give you the floor. I do cover the genocides going on in Africa, and Trump just did that, great peace deal down there with Rwanda and their neighbors. And I do cover South Africa, and I'm actually not Israel obsessive from the Christian Zionist angle or if you slip on a banana peel, the Jews did it. And I actually think the Jewish people have done, obviously, are very special people and a lot of amazing things. And we do come out of the Abrahamic,
against Israel and the Jewish people.
For being here, I've been talking for 5 minutes. You got the floor. Pastor, thanks for coming to town. For being here, I've been talking for 5 minutes. You got the
standpoint. Here's what we have to understand. Any form of Christianity that would cause people to want to hate Jewish people is an antichrist ideology, right? I'm from a deliverance background, a deliverance ministry flowing in the fivefold. We talk about demons and demonology. Well, anti-Semitism has been a demon for a very, very long time because we understand that Jesus is from the Lion of the tribe of Judah. We understand that he's coming again to establish forever credibility for the throne of David. Everything in the Bible that we have today, being blessed as a people, everything spiritually that we have from God has Jewish fingerprints all over it. So, of course, in the last days, people are going to turn against Israel. We face the bears, we face the lions, and I said 2 years ago, prophetically to our church, that in the last days, the Goliath that the church in America especially will face is the Goliath of still having to stand with the people of God. Understandably, their governments, that's not who God's in covenant with, right? God's not in covenant with the government and with Netanyahu and his administration. He's in covenant with the people of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And so I'm appreciative that we can at least come to the table open a Bible and say, what does the Word of God really say about the truth of the Jewish people? And so I'm not broad stroking and saying that Jews always make the right decisions. I'm not saying their government has always made the right decisions. I'm saying that they are still to this day in a covenant with the Lord, and replacement theology has become a damnable heresy that the church has now somehow, replaced Israel, and we are Israel when nothing can be further from the truth. And I think we need to discuss that from the Bible. So Alex, thank you for having me. Let me just say that that's why I said there in that little montage that you showed that I do appreciate Alex Jones, because you've been right on so much. Even when people hate you, you just do not care. And so I appreciate that very much. And so I have seen people like the man you mentioned a moment ago, Stu, how far he's gone out, and Candace, it just seems like every day it's anti-Jew and non-Holocaust and the whole Tucker connection and all of that. So I was surprised to even hear anything from your vantage point in a negative view at all, because I never would have viewed you in that way. And I'm not saying you're a Jew hater. I'm not saying you're an anti-Semite. And so I appreciate that maybe that little bit of misrepresentation brought us together to the table today.
Absolutely. And I get things wrong and also hyperbole. So I talk 3 or 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day. So I want to be clear. I've been hated by the Nazis and people obsessed with Jews. And it is like a religion. It's a satanic religion where they just obsess on Jews all day. But at the same time, when Israel or leaders do bad things, I'm going to cover it. Just like any government, if our government's doing something bad, I'm going to criticize it. When Trump does something I don't agree with, overall totally supporting, but I'm going to say I think that's wrong. People say, oh, now CNN, Jones turned against Trump. No, it didn't. So the larger issue is obviously Jews are exceptional, and everybody has exceptional people in their group, but Jews are at the center of history for thousands and thousands of years, and the Germans envisioned the bomb and theoretically, developed it. The Jews built it. So you say, is that a good or bad thing? I mean, we just continue to see what they were saying in their writings, like the hand of God is in this. So no one can deny that. And so you're going to have groups that just say everything's bad that comes out of it. And then not you, but I see some Christian Zionists that say, no, everything's good that comes out of it. I try to just differentiate it and call balls and strikes. And quite frankly, I've tried to not avoid the issue, but just deal with policies so it doesn't become, this group, that group. There's groups that say it's the Vatican runs it all. There's groups that say it's the Masons and all that. No, it's good and evil operates in every system, in individuals and families and in communities. That's the real struggle in my view. And so I try to just break all the taboos because of political correctness and think that we should be able to have everybody on. And so listeners, overall, when your research, you're obviously a smart, articulate guy, on why are the Jews, when your research, you're obviously a smart, articulate guy, on why are the Jews so special? I think we can say everybody's special. You say America's been exceptional. The Russians have been exceptional. Chinese are, everybody's amazing. But there is something particularly special about the energy surrounding Israel and the Jews and their history and culture in the world. And there's an obsession by those that totally love Israel and those that hate it. And then there's everybody else trying to figure out what's going on. Why were they saying 4,000 years ago, this is going to happen? And then it continues to happen. There is something obviously very special. Jews that do amazing things, but if you're favored by God, the devil's also going to be there giving you extra temptation.
Well, the reason they are so special is
Jews that do amazing things, but if you're favored by God, the devil's also Jews. And actually, somebody on this forum, this is the real debate and the real discussion that the left and the globalists don't want. So I think it's very healthy, and I'm glad we're having it. You can go for the next few hours here. So Pastor, give us your view on your research. You're obviously a smart, articulate guy, on why are the Jews so special? I think we can say everybody's special. You say America's been exceptional. The Russians have been exceptional. Chinese are, everybody's amazing. But there is something particularly special about the energy surrounding Israel and the Jews and their history and culture in the world. And there's an obsession by those that totally love Israel and those that hate it. And then there's everybody else trying to figure out what's going on. Why were they saying 4,000 years ago, this is going to happen? And then it continues to happen. There is something obviously very special there. But like Mike Tyson says, if God gives you favor, so does there's an obsession by those that totally love Israel and when your research, you're obviously a smart, articulate guy, on why are the Jews so special? I think we can say everybody's special. You say America's been exceptional. The Russians have been exceptional. Chinese are, everybody's amazing. But there is something particularly special about the energy surrounding Israel and the Jews and their history and culture in the world. And there's an obsession by those that totally love Israel and those that hate it. And then there's everybody else trying to figure out what's going on. Why were they saying 4,000 years ago, this is going to happen? And then it continues to happen. There is something obviously very special there. But like Mike Tyson says, if God gives you favor, so does the devil. So just like the devil tried to tempt Christ up on that mountain, you're going to have Jews that do amazing things. But if you're favored by God, the devil's also going to be there giving you extra temptation.
Well, the reason they are so special is because they are the only nation on the planet that has a covenant with the Lord. Genesis chapter 12, verses 1 through 5, you have Abram, the high exalted father, whose name is turned to Abraham, the father of many nations. And God said, I'm going to bless those that bless you, curse those that curse you. You'll never see in the Bible a progression of Abraham, Ishmael, right, and Jacob. It's Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And so the reason they're special is because they're the only nation that has a special covenant with Almighty God. And so in God's sovereignty, he takes this group of people that is, in my estimation, biblically, the greatest miracle in the history of the world. The greatest miracle was not the parting of the Red Sea. It was the people that walked through it. The fact that they still live to this day. Since Genesis 12 was quoted, you have 4,023 some odd years, and there's been less than 100 million Jewish people in the entirety of the world. And the fact that they still exist through Holocaust, through all the problems, through all the hatred, through everything that's going to come out of Daniel, Ezekiel, Revelation. And again, like you said, we could talk about this stuff for hours. But America's a great nation that's been blessed by God, but we're not in covenant with God. Iran's not in covenant with God. Germany's not in covenant with God. Africa's not in covenant with God. Only Israel is in covenant with the Lord. And so that's why Paul says in the book of Romans, has God cast away his people? God forbid. He's not cast away his people. And so everything we have from the Lord has Jewish fingerprints. Our Bible is a Jewish Bible. Our Savior is a Jewish Savior. Every miracle Jesus did, he did 40 miracles if you include his virgin birth and the resurrection, right? He did 40 major miracles. All of them were done in Israel. Everything we have from God came from a Jewish perspective. The church was started by Jews. We have the gospel because of the Jews. In Acts chapter 10, a Jew gave it to the Gentiles, even against his own will, but in God's sovereign plan, he allowed him to do it. And so everything we look at that we have from God has Jewish fingerprints all over it. And so that's why Paul says, look, there will come a time that Israel will be open to the gospel. By the gospel, I mean Romans 1. I'm not ashamed of the gospel, the death, the burial, the resurrection of Christ. For it is the power of God unto salvation. Then he says this, to everyone that believes. The gospel's for everybody, but to the Jew first, and also to the Greek. Is he saying that the Jews are more important in the gospel? No, he's saying that we wouldn't have the gospel without the Jews, because John 1, 11 and 12 says Jesus came into his own. We know according to Matthew 1, Jesus was a Jewish person. He came into his own received him not, but as many as received him, to them gave he the power to become the sons of God. So people can be mad that Jews have rejected Jesus, but from a Gentile standpoint, we would not have Jesus if the Jews had not rejected.
No, I get that. And that's where I was going to go next.
Yeah.
You just went there. People then go and look at the pieces, but you're the synagogue of Satan, blah, blah, blah. But that's in the Old Testament where God's constantly, through the prophets, rebuking the corrupt system, but still God chose the Jews. And so that's absolutely true. So why, from your deep research historically and all through the Bible, why did God choose the Jews to do his covenant and his message? And then you can see how that works in the dialectic, where the Messiah comes, it gets rejected, and then it gets totally proven and creates this entire system that then manifests the prophecies to the T, and then comes back where it's right in front of everybody.
Yeah, it's right in front of everybody. And right now, the Bible says that blindness in part has happened to Israel. So we can be as mad as we want to that the Israeli people, they rejected Jesus. Of course they did, but it opened the way for us to believe. And so there will come a time, the Bible says in Romans chapter 11, all Israel as a nation shall be saved. Now,
so we should look at Jews that reject Christ like the prodigal son, running off from his dad, and feel sorry for them, is what you're saying. Well, instead of getting mad at them, when a lot of them, not all of them, not the majority, say really bad things about Christianity, and a lot of Christians see that and they go, what is this?
Absolutely. Well, I want to make a differentiation. I think it's important. Individual Jews, according to Romans 10:23, whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. That's a Jewish passage. They're in the same responsibility as we are today to repent and believe the gospel. So an individual Jew has to be saved. There's not multiple ways of salvation just because you're a Jew, okay? So understand that individually, Jesus is not a way to heaven. He's the only way to heaven. John 14:6, he said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. Okay, he said that to Jewish people. And so
the prophecies are all coming true, and it dominates the world. It's the proof right there.
Yes. But what we have to understand is although the individual Jews have to be saved the same way we do, there will come a time that nationally the covenant will be fulfilled. The fullness of the Gentiles will come in, meaning by that the last Gentile will get born again, wherever that is, however that happens. And in that moment, the Bible says that the scales will be removed from the eyes of the Jewish people. They will look upon him whom they have pierced, and a nation shall be born in a day. All Israel shall be saved. So from a covenant standpoint, they are under the grace of God as a nation. Israel as a nation will be saved. As individuals, they still have to respond to the gospel the same way we respond to the gospel. That's the purpose of the whole book of Hebrews. It was Christian people trying to go back into Judaism and say, well, I trusted Jesus, but now I need all the works of the law.
And a lot of people that are only anti-Jew, they say, no. It's not that a bunch of Jews are being converted to Christianity now. They're really infiltrating. And I think there's some of both going on, but you can't deny that there is a definite all-of-the-world Jews coming to Christ.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, many of them come to Christ. And I think it's beautiful. It's very controversial, but think about this for a moment. I think Mike Huckabee even brought this to pass when he became the ambassador to Israel, and that is this. A Jewish person has no obligation to support me as a Christian. But as a Christian, I have a biblical obligation to support Jewish people, again, as a national covenant, as a people, not as the individual.
And again, what the devil does for bad, God uses for good. Yes. You can argue, there's some Jewish charities and organizations and groups that think they're manipulating Christians and think it's a joke, but no, the Trojan horse is there. Yeah. You won't be laughing soon.
Sure.
And you get what I'm saying?
I get 100%.
Yeah, that's how God works.
Yes, and I don't think people recognize this unless you go to Israel, and I go a lot, right, about 20 weeks a year. But unless you go there, here's what you don't recognize. Because Jews don't read the New Testament, right? They're totally Torah and minor prophets, major prophets, historical books, Psalms, Proverbs. They don't read the New Testament. And so they obviously not just have a blindness, they have an ignorance to it. And so what we need to recognize is because of that, their only view of Christianity is what they see in Israel, which is 95% predominantly Catholic. So when I talk to my Jewish Orthodox friends, my rabbis that I work with and all of this, they say, okay, let me ask you some questions. And the questions are all Catholic-related questions because all they see is all the major sites of Christianity in Jerusalem have been, dominated by the Catholics. They built these shrines and a construct, not of a man, but in the Old Testament that happened to Israel was for our example today in New Testament days as believers. God uses them as an example, good and bad, because they did some crazy stuff and still do to this day. But don't we all? The whole purpose and the idea is that God's love and God's sovereignty is shown in a small. Makes sense? And so they have a skewed mindset. So when we step on the platform and say, look what the Bible says, I can show you where the Holocaust is in the Bible, where 1948 is in the Bible, and I can show them things in their own scriptures, then the light bulb begins to come on, and they're like, wow.
And how everything in the New Testament is perfectly tied back to the Old Testament, repeating it over and over.
1,000%. In 1 Corinthians chapter 10 says that everything in the Old Testament that happened to Israel was for our example today in New Testament days as believers. God uses them as an example, good and bad, because they did some crazy stuff and still do to this day. But don't we all? The whole purpose and the idea is that God's love and God's sovereignty is shown in a small, minute group of people that should not exist. And the only reason reason they do, Paul said, is for the glory of God, to prove the love
of course,
of God.
he was a persecutor of the Christians.
Yeah.
But he got hit on the road to...
He was a Jew of the Jew, Hebrew of the Hebrews on the road to Damascus in Acts chapter 9.
So what happened to him? And that's kind of the archetype of what's going to happen to all the Jews in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he very much is a prototype of what's going to happen. So
just like David's a prototype of Christ.
He got stuff from the high priest. He said, I'm going to kill the Christians. I'm going to go in, pillage the village. I'm going to burn it all down, put him in jail. And he's going. And Jesus, in a great light, lighter than the sun, knocks him off his horse, puts him on his face. And he says, hey, it's hard for you to kick against this prick. It's the conviction. Because he was there when Stephen was stoned. And he saw that. This man to have such conviction for Christ. And he saw that. It bothered him. He fell on his face and he said, Lord, what do I do? And at that moment, he's converted to Christianity. The scales are removed from his eyes. And that's why he says later in Romans 11, one day the scales nationally will be removed from the eyes of the Jewish people and they will accept their Messiah. Here's what I told my rabbi friend just really a couple of months ago. I said, look, if I really believed what the Bible teaches, if I really believe this stuff about Jesus being the Messiah, because to me it's a second coming, to them it's a first coming, I said, then why wouldn't I help you fulfill prophecy so that we can usher in the Messiah so you can know that the Bible is right? And he said, I never thought about that. We and the Jews, we believe 90% of the exact same things. But we disagree on the Messiah, which then people say, well, you're talking about this red heifer program, you're talking about the third temple being rebuilt and all of these things. That's the Antichrist temple. That is utter nonsense. The Antichrist steals the temple. He goes in the middle of the 7-year fake peace treaty and offers the abomination of desolation, right? He tries to take over the temple, but 3 times in the Bible, twice in the book of Zechariah, the third temple is called the house of prayer for all nations where the glory of God dwells. Jerusalem will be the center.
Well, let's talk about that.
Worship.
Because I mean, I'm not a pastor, but I've been in a lot of Sunday school. And then who are the 2 prophets or messengers that get sent back?
There's going to be 2 witnesses in the book of Revelation, yeah.
And like they come back. Who are they there?
Yeah, well, we don't exactly know who they are. A lot of people say they're going to be Elijah and Moses. They're unnamed, but what we know is they come back, and for some time they give the government and the Antichrist a fit. They kill him. God resurrects them. The whole world sees it, and we know for sure at that point that, wow, God is going to protect his people. Because, by the way, they're Jewish evangelists, and so are the 144,000 in Revelation chapter 7. 12,000 from each one of the 12 tribes of Israel, which equal 144,000. It's not Jehovah's Witnesses. It's Jewish, male, virgin evangelists that evangelize the world with the gospel. And it's powerful.
Well, what's amazing is you look at Revelation, it's all starting, and I don't know if it's 10 years, 100 years, but it's definitely all happening, and the Satanism is all out in the open. And we're not talking about the Satanists, the pedophiles, even a lot of right-wingers who talk about Jews all day. At the end of the day, I just want to oppose the evil.
Yeah.
I see people all over the internet, and I love reading comments everywhere because I get a lot of good ideas from it, a lot of leads. It's very thought-provoking, and I see, well, Alex Jones has somebody on that's totally anti-Israel, and he has somebody on that's pro-Israel, and, he's not for Iran, the mullahs, but he also was worried about these attacks. Well, I just looked at some of the dangerous things that could happen, like this Fido now, and all the rest of it. And I just try to have a large debate because I think that's where we really get the most important knowledge and discussions. So we're going to do the whole next hour with you. This is a great interview. We're going to be on with Owen today. They're in the war room as well. Pastor Greg Locke, great guy, good heart, smart guy, stands up for all the right issues on Trump's, commission. And overall, Trump is such a blessing and such a good man. As Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said, getting to know him, he's such a real person, such a great person. I was talking to one of my friends that just had dinner 2 nights ago with he and his family with Trump for like 2 hours, and how gracious Trump was and how gracious Trump's been to me. Just an amazing person. So, at the end of the day, though, we're all imperfect. We see through a rose-colored darkly. But real quick, because you said you'd do it, and it usually takes 30 minutes to an hour to hit. We've done this with every other guest that wanted to do it. Everybody wanted to do it. Yeah. And this isn't pressure, me preloading it. Every guest that took it within 30 minutes to an hour felt focus, clarity, amazing energy. I've given it to over 400 people. 3 people I've given it to didn't feel anything. My medical doctor 6 years ago, when I got my genetics test and stuff, said, you have high mitochondrial function, but this gene to get the energy out is partly broken. You should take methylene blue. I took other methylene blue, USP grade, didn't 1/10 as strong. We got, by blessing from God, the very best medical grade in the last 6 to 8 months. It's a bestseller, medical grade, a little bit of iodine in there. Basically energizes the cells, cleans them out. And the short-term effect, almost everybody feels, literally 99%, is the long-term effect is what is really amazing. But if you're on any SSRIs, right? Nope. Yeah, and so people should talk to physicians first, because this isn't a joke. And so it has some drug interactions. So anybody that's going to get this, talk to your physician first. Hey, knock that back, and we're going to see what happens. All right, we'll see, my friend. and if you don't feel something in the next hour and a half, then you'll be the 4th person that has it. And so we'll see. But what's your genetic background? It's Northern Europeans that generally have. So we'll see. But what's your genetic background? It's Northern Europeans that generally have the mitochondrial issue. So and you look pretty Northern European. So I'm predicting it's going to hit you hard. Okay. What's your genetic background? Yep, European. Yeah. Particularly? More. I got some German, quite a bit of German, a lot of Welsh. Quite a bit of Welsh. That's me. Yeah. Welsh and German mainly. Yeah. They told my wife forever that she was Italian, and we went and had one of them spit tests, and she came back 44% Jewish. So here we are. No Italian. Wow. That's interesting. So she didn't even know she was Jewish. I had no idea. So when we go to Israel, they're all the time talking Hebrew to her. She's like, nah. Was it Sephardic or Ashkenazi? Ashkenazi. Interesting. So she had Eastern European roots? Yeah. But 44% on that Ashkenazi Jewishness. We had no idea. No idea. Wow. Yeah. I showed a picture to a rabbi friend of mine. He said, she's probably 80%. You better spit again. That's interesting. Yeah. All right. So we'll see what happens now. From your biblical research and perspective, you got a degree in this. You were saying a lot of really interesting things before we went to break, so please continue.
Yeah, well, I ended on 144,000, so I want to kind of segue into that because here's
Hey,
what
this
here,
is
I know you've heard this
good.
from guests and from others. They say, well, the Jews of today aren't real Jews. They started with the Rothschilds and all of that, and these are not the real descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which I think really is utter nonsense. Because first of all, any Jewish person
Hey, I like how
understands
you
their
try to
heritage, they
play
know what
that
tribe they're
spin,
from. They
throw
can
that
simply tell you
spin.
if there's going to be in the future, this has not happened yet, Revelation 7. If there's going to be a future event whereby God's going to seal 12,000 out of each one of the 12 tribes of Israel, equaling 144,000, as we said, then that means these people have to exist on the earth. Where did they come from? So there has to be enough people remaining. That remnant still has to be there in Revelation 7, halfway through the tribulation period, for God to come up with 144,000 people. So to say that Jewish people today are the synagogue of Satan and they're liars and they're fake and they're not blood relatives to Abraham is nonsense. Furthermore, I will say this. There are 5 times in the Bible, you have Isaiah, Zechariah, Amos, you have Ezekiel, actually 2 in Zechariah, where the Bible proclaims, we could look up the verses if we had time, where the Bible says, as the Jewish people in the last days return to the homeland, that the vegetation will grow, that the wineries will expand, and that the desert itself will actually blossom. Mark Twain, 100-some odd years ago, he wrote a book and said that Israel was a desolate, barren wasteland. There was nothing there but just desert. And now if you go, it looks like a forest. There's vegetation there. And so when you step on the land, there's almost this prophetic feeling that flows through your body. Because look, you can say they're not real Jews, they're occupiers. The ground does not prophetically grow for fake Jews, right? The Bible is being fulfilled the more that these people move back to the homeland. And the Bible predicts in Ezekiel that the great number of people that will come is directly north of Jerusalem, which is Moscow. And there's more Russian Jews that are moving back to Jerusalem than Israel.
Are they moving to
yeah, absolutely.
Utah and shit like that?
It's really nonsense because they can trace their history and they still have a future prophetically. And I remind you, Jesus is not coming back to rule and reign in America. He's coming back to Jerusalem. He's not coming back to the capital of Israel for a bunch of fake people. He's coming back for his covenanted people.
And if you look at Hitler, too, mainline estimates, that he spent more money trying to kill all the Jews, and he was obsessed with it, than actually winning the war.
Yeah,
because he was totally driven to do it.
Yeah. And sadly, and here's what a lot of Christians will say, well, he used the documents of the great reformer, Martin Luther. He sure did. Martin Luther, I'm glad he came out of the Catholic Church, but it didn't come out far enough because he really did hate the Jews and said, oh, these are the people that are causing all the problems in the world. And we recognize there's only 100 million of these people that have ever lived in existence. And today there's only 15.7 million Jews on the planet. So I want people to put their mathematical thinking caps on for a moment. If there's only 15 million Jews on the planet, think about this. There are, and I'll say this, kindly as a pastor, there are 400 million people that identify with the LGBTQIA. 400 million. So there are
And let's show some B-roll of their pride parades.
Yeah.
Boy, they certainly aren't blessed.
Oh,
they only
yeah.
got about 400 pounds and look like a demon sucker's hole.
I mean, 385 million more, can I say, sodomites than there are, Jews, and yet the Jews are the denigration of society. It's nonsense. It's utter nonsense. It's a small, little, tiny group of people. Think about this.
Well, I think the argument is, if God favors you, so does Satan tries to
Yes,
get
a
you.
lot of Mormons in Utah.
Jews do exceptional things. Be liars, we didn't say it. Overperformers, other than maybe like some of the Germans have been overperformers. That's why they kind of went head to head. That's what two dominant groups do with the IQs and all the, all the creativity. In England as well as Scotland and Ireland. But if you pull back from that, if you look at the directors of the major porn industries and Pornhub and all the other things, and at the center of pushing all stuff, it is all about Jews. So people look at that and they say, well, the Jews must be completely bad. But in my experience, like Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility. So that you would say, I would imagine, these are people the devil's targeted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at the Old Testament. They did some great atrocities. I mean, the Jewish people did some unbelievable things. And by the way, that's what the 7 years of tribulation is for. It's not judgment on the earth for Christianity. The Bible says it's the time of Jacob's trouble, so God can regather that remnant back to himself and bring them to repentance because they
force them all the way to the wall.
all the way. I mean, they sacrificed their kids to Moloch in the Old Testament. They did some crazy stuff, some wicked, heinous things. I mean, Tel Aviv is full of sodomy. I mean, so we're not broad stroking and saying that all the Israeli people are godly, wonderful people. We're saying as a group, as a nation, they are the covenant people of God.
Well, they said it 4,000 plus years ago, and that's just another group saying that, but it actually happened.
Yeah.
And everybody's obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Which, and the whole world's lining up like they said it would.
Yeah.
So, again, why do you think God chose them?
Well, I'm going to read you something in the Bible. Is that all right? I'm going to show you something right here in the book of Ezekiel.
Yeah, this isn't a liberal show. You can read from the Bible.
Yeah, amen, brother.
You say the name of Jesus all you want.
Absolutely. So in Ezekiel 37, right, you have this prophetic understanding that Ezekiel is talking about the valley of dry bones. We use it a lot. Oh, the churches are dry. That's a cute application, but it's a sorry interpretation because it's referring to the gathering of Israel. So from verse 1 down through verse 10, I'm not going to read that. He says, prophesy to the bones, prophesy to the winds, the 4 winds, north, south, east, west, because they're going to be coming from all nations to come back to Israel. But here's what's interesting. Most people don't recognize that there are 2 events. One happened in 1945, one happened in 1948, that are predicted 2,525 years before it ever took place. So listen to this. So after he talks about this valley of dry bones, it says in verse number 11, then he said unto me, son of man, referring to Ezekiel, these bones, all the bones that he just mentioned in the first 10 verses, these bones are the entire house of Israel. Behold, they say, here's what Israel is saying, all 10 verses, these bones are the entire, but here's what's interesting. Most people don't recognize that there are 2 events. One happened in 1945, one happened in 1948, that are predicted 2,525 years before it ever took place. So listen to this. So after he talks about this valley of dry bones, it says in verse number 11, then he said unto me, son of man, but here's what's interesting. Most people don't recognize that there are 2 events. One happened in 1945, one happened in 1948, that are predicted 2,525 years before it ever took place. So listen to this. So after he talks about this valley of dry bones, it says in verse number 11, then he said unto me, son of man, referring to Ezekiel, these bones, all the bones that he just mentioned in the first 10 verses, these bones are the entire house of Israel. Behold, they say, here's what Israel is saying, our bones are dried, our hope is lost, we are cut off from our parts. They said we have no hope, we have no land, we have no people, we're being punished and persecuted. Listen to verse 12. Therefore, the Lord says to this prophet, prophesy and say unto them, okay, to these people that are saying we're dried up, we have no hope, prophesy unto them, thus saith the Lord, behold, O my people Israel, I will open your graves, and I will cause you to come out of your graves, and I will bring you into the land of Israel. And when did God open their graves? When were the people saying, we are nothing but bones, we are nothing but graves, there is no hope?
In World War II.
Yeah. In 1945, God brought them out of their graves supernaturally. Should have been exterminated completely. God brought them out of their graves. People have no idea the Holocaust is right there in a verse and a half in the Bible. 1945, 2,500 years before it happened. And then he says, once I bring you out, 45, then you have 1948, and bring you into the land of Israel, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God, who have opened your graves and brought you out, and I shall put my spirit in you, and you will live, and you shall be in your land. Then shall you know that the Lord has spoken it. You have the Holocaust and the regathering of the nation of Israel becoming statehood in 1948 in one verse in the Bible, and yet there are still Christians that say, well, you know, I just don't see God has a plan moving forward for Israel. The entire
How did he
Bible
get
is
that?
about the
How
plan
did
of
he
God for
get?
Israel.
How
Because
did
without an understanding of
What?
Israel, we cannot understand
How
the
did he put
church,
that
because
together?
we have been grafted
so
into idolatry.
confused.
We've been grafted in to God's covenant. We are only in covenant with God because the people of God broke their covenant and they denied the Messiah. We're able to now come in while they're being blind. We can repent. We can believe the gospel. We can trust Christ. And there will come a time that the last of us gets saved, and then all of Israel.
And in their Jewish interpretation, they say everybody in the world recognizes the Messiah and follows it. Then the world's recognizing it and they're denying it.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's
Goodness,
denial, but
this
God said
mother-
their denial
I want
would
to
turn
slap
into
the
our
glasses
acceptance.
off
And
his
so
face.
the blindness of Israel becomes the blessing of the rest of the world.
What
And
they
we
call
don't
them
understand that
schools,
theologically because we're not a sovereign God. But
theologians
Jesus came to his
or
people.
something
They
like
wanted an
that.
earthly kingdom. They wanted a political kingdom. Jesus said,
This
it's about the
dude-
kingdom of God, the
this
kingdom of heaven, the
dude
kingdom
is-
is within you. They rejected that. So Jesus put them on a shelf, allowed the Gentiles to move in. You and I that are non-Jewish, allow the Gentiles to move in. We are now saved. We're grafted in. And here's what the Bible says in Romans chapter 10. We that have been grafted in have no business disrespecting the original branches and the original tree. We have to still love them. We still support them. And because of that, that's
You
why the
don't.
Abrahamic covenant comes upon us. People say, well, you know, the Bible says there's Jew, there's Gentile, and the church of God. And when you get saved, there's no male, there's no female, there's no Jew, there's no Gentile. Well, listen, when I got saved, I stayed a male, right? When a woman gets saved, she stays a female. A black man
Y'all
stays a black man. A
still
white
trying
man
to
stays a white man.
smash other
What he's saying
niggas. What is you
there are
talking
Jews and
about,
Gentiles,
dude?
but when we are saved, we are not in a blood
You
relation with Abraham.
tripping.
We're covered in the blood of Jesus, and it doesn't matter if you're red or yellow or black or white or Democrat or Republican.
So let's talk about Islam.
What kind of
Obviously, that's the
picture was
satanic
that?
covenant and the satanic counterfeit to try to block it.
Wait a
So I
minute.
get really upset with the big churches and the Catholic Church saying, oh, it's all Abrahamic ecumenism.
Male, right? When a woman gets saved, she
What
stays
kind
a
of
female. A black
picture was
male,
that?
right? When a woman gets saved, she stays a female. A black man stays a black man. A white man stays a white man. What he's saying is there are Jews and Gentiles, but when we are saved,
There it is.
world.
What the?
and we don't understand that theologically because we're not a sovereign God. But Jesus came to his people. They wanted an earthly kingdom. They wanted a
I done fucked up. I done fucked up.
the blindness of Israel becomes the blessing of the rest of the world. And we don't understand that theologically because we're not a sovereign God. But Jesus came to his people. They wanted an earthly kingdom. They wanted a political kingdom. Jesus said it's about the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom is within you. They rejected that. So Jesus put them on a shelf, allowed the Gentiles to move in. You and I that are non-Jewish, allow the Gentiles to move in. We are now saved. We're grafted in. And here's what the Bible says in Romans chapter 10. We that have been grafted in have no business disrespecting the original branches and the original tree. We have to still love them. The blindness male, right? When a woman gets saved, she stays a female. That have been grafted in have no business disrespecting the original branches and the original tree. We have to still that have been grafted in have no business disrespecting the original branches. That have been grafted in have no business disrespecting the original branches. And that have been grafted in have no business disrespecting the that have been grafted in have no business disrespecting the original branches and the original tree. We're now saved. We're grafted in. And here's what the Bible says in Romans chapter 10. We that have been grafted in have no business disrespecting the original branches and the original tree. We have to still love them. We still support them. And because of that,
Do you? Do you? I don't think you do.
that's why the Abrahamic covenant comes upon us. People say, well, you know, the Bible says there's Jew, there's Gentile, and the church of God. And when you get saved, there's no male, there's no female, there's no Jew, there's no Gentile. Well, listen, when I got saved, I stayed a male, right? When a woman gets saved, she stays a female. A black man stays a black man. A white man stays a white man. What he's saying is there are Jews and Gentiles, but when we are saved, we are not in a blood relation with Abraham.
Male,
We're covered in the
female,
blood of
black,
Jesus.
and
And it doesn't
white.
matter if you're red or yellow or black or white or Democrat or Republican.
So let's talk about Islam. Obviously, that's the satanic covenant and the satanic counterfeit to try to block it. So I get really upset with the big churches and the Catholic Church saying, "Oh, it's all Abrahamic."
That dude got a.
No, if you
Let me
read
see your
the
tongue,
Quran,
sir. I bet it's got a
claims
fork.
it's friendly to Judaism and Christianity. It's literally at war with it.
Yes.
People that say there's a lot of right wingers that hate Israel completely.
Fork
They act like
tongue,
Islam's their ally. No,
cracker.
Islam is completely
Yes.
So how does Islam tie into the devil's plan?
Well, it ties into the devil's plan because this whole thing's about a sibling rivalry. It's about Ishmael and Isaac, right? And so
So they didn't get the birthright.
exactly, they didn't get the birthright and they got ticked off.
They didn't get the contract.
Yeah. So they did not
Which
get
is
the covenant.
repeated over and over again, just like Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
The Bible repeats this. It's the mini Antichrist.
Over and over. The Antichrist spirit has been around forever until the main one is
So
revealed.
we got Cain and Abel,
Yep.
then we get
what happened with Abraham? Explain that.
Yeah. Well, you got Cain and Abel, and of course you got sin that enters into the world, you know. But later you get Abraham, and he has Ishmael, but then he sends
What's the example
out.
of two sons?
Yeah,
but
two
one
sons.
gets the birthright, one doesn't.
But Ishmael wasn't the promised son. You see, God came to Abraham and Sarai, who became Sarah, and said, "Look, I'm going to give you a son." She laughed. Isaac means laughter. She laughed and said, "This is not going to happen." So what did they do? The same thing we do as Christians. They tried to force the promise of God in the flesh. And so they created created an Ishmael, and because they forced the promise of God in the flesh, guess what? 4,000 years later, we're still fighting in the Middle East.
And the Muslims literally are pissed that they're the bastard son.
Absolutely. That's exactly what they are. And Galatians says that they are that because there's only one seed, and the seed is not Ishmael. The seed is Isaac. 1,000%. And it's important for us to understand.
So it all goes back to contract over and over again.
God is a covenant keeping God. That's why replacement theology is foolish, because God's covenant is eternal. He will never break his covenant with his people, just like
literally pissed at their bastard son.
Absolutely. That's exactly what they are. And Galatians says that they are that because there's only one.
It's the mini Antichrist.
Over and over. The Antichrist spirit has been around forever until the main one is revealed.
Cain and Abel,
Yep. Say that you're red, white,
Islam, obviously, that's the Satanic Covenant, and the Satanic Covenant is blocked it. So I get really upset with the big churches and the Catholic Church saying, oh, it's all Abrahamic ecumenialism. No, if you actually read the Quran, it's diametrically opposed, claims it's friendly to Judaism and Christianity. It's literally at war with it.
Yes.
People that say, there's a lot of right-wingers that hate Israel completely, they act like Islam's their ally. No, Islam is completely diametric. So how does Islam tie into the devil's plan?
Well, it ties into the devil's plan because this whole thing's about a sibling rivalry. It's about Ishmael and Isaac, right? And so
they didn't get the birthright.
Exactly. They didn't get the birthright and they got ticked off.
They didn't get the contract.
Yeah. So they
which is repeated over and over again, just like Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
The Bible repeats this. It's the mini Antichrist.
Over and over. The Antichrist spirit has been around forever until the main one is revealed.
So we got Cain and Abel. Yep. Then we get what happened with Abraham? Explain that.
Yeah. Well, you got Cain and Abel, and of course you got sin that enters into the world, you know. But later you get Abraham, and he has Ishmael, but then he sends.
What's the example of two sons?
Yeah, two sons.
One gets the birthright, one doesn't.
But Ishmael wasn't the promised son. You see, God came to Abraham and Sarai, who became Sarah, and said, "Look, I'm going to give you a son." She laughed. Isaac means laughter. She laughed and said, "This is not going to happen." So what did they do? The same thing we do as Christians. They tried to force the promise of God in the flesh, and so they created an Ishmael. Yeah, created an Ishmael, and because they forced the promise of God in the flesh, guess what? 4,000 years later, we're still fighting in the Middle East.
And the Muslims literally are pissed that they're the bastard son.
Absolutely. That's exactly what they are. And Galatians says that they are that because there's only one seed, and the seed is not Ishmael. The seed is Isaac. 1,000%. And it's important for us to understand.
So it all goes back to contract over and over again.
100%. God is a covenant-keeping God. That's why replacement theology is foolish, because God's covenants are eternal. He will never break his covenant with his people, just like when we are saved, he will never break his covenant with us. He's a promise-keeping God. 100%. That's why Israel is important.
Well, that's why I think it's important to differentiate corrupt Jewish and Israeli leaders and corrupt Jews, and then point out the covenant. That's what empowers the total attack on the contract.
Yes.
Is that a lot of Christians and people totally defend what anybody hiding behind Israel does. And that's one of the most powerful things that builds this energy against the Jews in Israel is people not being ready to criticize it. But the whole Bible, Old and New Testament, is God blessing when the Jews do the right thing and then saying, I'm going to punish you now when you do the wrong thing.
Yeah, and he does. I mean, they had 430 years in Egypt, 70 years in Babylonian captivity. I mean, it happened, and God said, I am going to judge you. And he does in the tribulation. And that final judgment brings their heart triggered back to the things of God. So it's like evangelical Christianity, right? There's people that do stupid stuff, but we can't broad stroke. We can't say that they didn't do stupid stuff. But we can't say, well, you know, we're just going to hide them and sweep
Well, we can't say that the whole world is focused and centered on this, as these people in the middle of nowhere said 4,000 years ago. Whether you want to, if you don't believe in God, whatever. The point is, you can say it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's real, as we know. It doesn't matter. It's here. Yeah. Like, this is happening.
Oh, it is happening right before our very eyes. And I mean, Jerusalem's the breadbasket of the world. If you want to know what's happening in the world, you better look at Israel. You better look at the Middle East. We're talking about the size of New Jersey, 243 miles from top to bottom. The Bible says 7 times from Dan to Beersheba. That's what it means, from north to south. It's 71 miles wide. And here's what all the weak, woke Palestinian supporters on the college campuses are saying. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. A couple things about that. Number one, they don't know what river. They don't know what sea. They don't even know what that means, because what that phrase means is the eradication of Israel. And Palestinians have always been free. 180,000 of them are paid every day to be bussed into Israeli communities to work. But the same communities have signs that say, no Jews allowed. And so, literally, the Israeli government is paying for the upkeep of people that are saying that they're involved in a genocide and they're being pushed out of their land.
Well, expanding on this, though, let's get back to the Rim Fam thing. And clearly, the Bible's clear. There was another tribe sacrificing kids. Rim Fam, says wipe them out. So you pointed out that there were times when Israel was doing Moloch sacrifice. And some Christians will say, if you ever bring that up, you're attacking Jews. No, Israel went back and forth, did bad things, golden calf, all that. I was saying it's a seal of Solomon. Mm-hmm. If you read the different Jewish texts about Solomon, obviously King David's son, there's a question of whether, he turned over to evil. He married all these hundreds of wives. I forget the number. He created this seal in the magic he was doing to control the demons. And from the historical thing, wide spectrum, that's what I get from that. And so it doesn't mean Judaism's being satanic. But obviously, you get somebody like at that level, the wisest man that ever lived, they say he married a bunch of different wives, investigated all their religions, did all this occult stuff. I mean, clearly there is a strain of mysticism and magic that's going on in Judaism. We call that a falling away. Christians do that as well. So from your historical research, what is the Star of David?
Yeah, well, just like Kabbalah, right? They try to take certain things, and obviously they bring in a mysticism to Judaism. So yeah, I'm against all that magicianry and the Satanism and the occult New Age nonsense that goes with it. But what we have to understand is he may have done some of those things. He married 1,000 women. He actually married 700 of them, 300 were concubines or wannabes, right? So
he was busy.
Yeah, how this guy could be the wisest man in the world and still have 1,000 women around him is a theological misunderstanding.
I can barely handle one.
I heard that, brother. And no wonder he was the richest man in the world. That's a lot of shoes and purses and mall trips, right? And so this guy had to be wise and rich. But it's not called the Star of Solomon. It's called the Star of David. Now, understand, that historically, from an archaeological
When did we get the star?
standpoint,
When did they create the name Star? You can name the Star David.
you can name it 1,000
But
different
its
things.
oldest name is the Seal of Solomon.
Okay. Well, David used it archaeologically on his shield. Solomon had it on his ring. Yes, I know the Masons have stolen it and used it just like the LGBT people. You know, they've stolen the rainbow, right? So here's what I want people to know that a lot of people don't recognize.
I know you did research. So from your research, where does it come from?
Okay. Well, here's
powerful symbol.
Here's the very powerful. Here's the earliest known existence of it. So there's a place in Israel called Shiloh. We would call it Shiloh, but it's called Shiloh. It's where the red heifers are right now. It's where the Ark of the Covenant stood, you know, for 369 years in the tabernacle before it was moved to the temple in Jerusalem. The earliest mosaic with a red Star of David on it was found next to that area archaeologically. So I'm not saying that original symbol is 3,300 years old, as was the tabernacle, but it's interesting that it was found in the most spiritually significant place in the history of the Bible, other than now modern-day Jerusalem. So that's a 3,300-year-old Star of David, whatever you want to call it. Secondarily, in Mark chapter 1, Jesus, he went to a synagogue that I've stood in many times that's just a few yards from Peter's house where he healed his mother-in-law. In Mark 1, Jesus took his new disciples there and cast out the first demon in a synagogue. You can stand in that synagogue. So we're talking 2,000 years ago. There is a Star of David encrusted 2 times, actually, in that synagogue. So we know it's at least 2,000 years old as far as a religious symbol. So maybe or maybe not did Solomon do some Yankee stuff. He did some crazy stuff. There's no doubt. He may have used it in black magic. But I think the people now, you know, from 1887, when the Jews are like, you know, we kind of really like this, and then 1948, they actually put it on their flag.
I agree with that totally.
Yeah.
And so, Solomon's a big mystery. So what I'm saying is that obviously it's a beautiful symbol, and it's just 2 pyramids, you know, in
2 intersecting triangles.
So it's a symbol of balance and, and unity, and you know, like the cross is a powerful symbol.
And you can make the cross bad. People do it, flip it upside down, right? And so I don't think.
Well, no, I totally agree. Because what happens is I've done shows where I go, look, if you do this symbol, some Satanists do it, but for UT, it's the intention of a symbol. That just means hook 'em horns.
Yeah.
Or in Italy, it's the sign of warding off the devil. You do it, and of course people go, look, Jones just did this. He's a Satanist, even though I just explained it.
Yeah.
When I do it, it's to show you what the symbol means, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I'm trying to say okay sometimes. They're like, oh, look, he's in the Illuminati, you know. And so we had.
Well, I've said, like, when they do this, you know, they go, oh, look, he just did that. Yeah, it's like, oh, look, he did this. No, I'm explaining something to somebody.
Yeah, but I do think it's interesting that, you know, because the devil doesn't create, he imitates. And so now what is his biggest symbol in Satanism? It's a pentagram. It's a star, right? And so I think he's trying to pervert and distort something to make this Jewish
Well, that's why I brought up Rim Fram or whatever it is. I looked that up. That was another tribe doing it. It was actually a star.
It was a giant tribe. They were like the Anakims, and they were like the
Absolutely, but it doesn't mean the symbol of a star is bad on our flag. It's the intention.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. Stay with us in 2 minutes. 50,000. 50,000 unstoppable watts. Pastor Greg Locke is our guest, best-selling author. Putting any embellishment on it, repeat what you said.
So let's go into it.
Well, that's what people say, because it's not a stimulant. Putting any embellishment on it, repeat what you.
So let's go into it.
Well, that's what people say, because it's not a stimulant. It creates oxygenation.
So let's go into it.
Well, that's what people say, because it's not a stimulant. It creates oxygenation in the cells, and that's just the short-term effect. Imagine the long-term effect. So you said your wife brought it up to you, or you brought it up to her?
A couple of weeks ago, she said, honey, I think we need to order this. I've been looking into it, researching it. So here we are.
Well, take other people's. Next time you're on, because you've got a better supplier, I'll get them. But we believe this is the best. By the way, buy 1 bottle right now, get a free bottle. Any of the supplements, buy 1 bottle, get a free bottle at thealexjonesstore.com. It's the 7076 mega sale. The Democrats are suing us. They're losing, but it takes a lot of money to fight these guys. You backed Trump, you supported him, you donated, you voted for him, we're winning. Well, they want us off the air because we're supporting what President Trump overall is doing. So please support the mega sale. Right now it runs until Sunday at thealexjonesstore.com. Whether it's our CMOS, the Shilajit, the strongest turmeric, it's all there. The widest selection of t-shirts, ball caps, those are all buy one, get one free. That's a lost leader on most of those things. I mean, that is crazy. Biggest sale ever, 1776 celebration, a lot to celebrate. I want to talk some about Trump, and you know, you're on his commission, and you know, all of that in the 50 minutes we have left here, 52 minutes, Pastor. But I want to go back now to just anything else you want to hit, any other points you want to get on record. And you know, you coming here today to try to really set the record straight. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to, if we're going to move in transition, I would like to just read a passage that I think is very valuable, because I've heard you ask a few times, you know, why the Jewish people? Why the Jewish people? So we could literally talk about this for so many hours. And have you been to Israel? Have you had the privilege of going to Israel?
No, I've been invited quite a bit. I want
to get you there.
It's so busy. It's, you know,
I want to get you there. I'm telling you,
it's one of my bucket lists.
It will change your life. It'll give you a new biblical perspective, and it is literally, you hear people, oh, you're walking the Bible. No. I'm telling you, you're living it. You feel
Everybody knows this. They feel this energy.
Oh, there's an energy there that is just unbelievable. It's this blue stuff on steroids, right? I'm telling you, there is a prophetic energy when you go. But I want to say this, and then we can transition. This is your show.
You want. Go ahead.
And so in the book of Romans, right, in chapter 11, Paul is, of course, talking about the now and the future of Israel. But this is very important that we understand this from a church perspective about the Jewish people. So Romans chapter 11, verse 25, he says, I would not, brethren, that you be ignorant of this mystery. Now, the word mystery is important because we don't understand all of this. This is a mystery. We're not going to fix it on InfoWars, right, in a 2-hour show. It is a mystery, but here it is. Lest that you should be wise in your own conceit. All right, so he said, don't get all, you know, proud and arrogant because you're a Christian and the Jews are still rejecting the Messiah. Here's why. This has happened to Israel. For how long? Until the fullness of the Gentiles become in. There will come a moment, the last Gentile gets born again, and here's what will happen, verse 26. And so all of Israel, all means all in the Bible, all Israel shall be saved, as it is written, there shall come out of Zion a deliverer, and shall turn away the ungodliness from the people of Jacob. For this is my covenant unto them, says the Lord, when I shall take away their sin. So God is going to redeem his people, but here's the beauty of it. As concerning the gospel, right, they are enemies for your sakes. People are like, how could you hang around with them Jews? They're enemies because we preach a gospel different than them. Yeah, he said right here, as far as the gospel is concerned, they're enemies because we theologically do not mesh, because Jesus is the one and only way. But as touching the election, they are beloved for the Father's sake.
So he predicts everything in the next 2,000 years that happen.
Absolutely.
Perfectly.
Yeah. He said, yeah, there's going to be wars between Israel and Christians because of our theological standpoint, because from a gospel standpoint, they don't believe what we believe. But he says, as far as the election, the covenant people of God, he said, God shall take away their sins, for they are beloved for the Father's sake.
Well, it's like somebody that the prodigal son, he has the deed, he's rejected it.
Yes.
So just because he's a prodigal son, it's all repeated.
God's going to bring them back.
Still have the deed.
100%. And then he says, the gifts and calling of God without repentance. What does that mean? It means God don't change his mind. Evangelicals may. God does not break his covenants. Man will break his promise. But Titus 1:2 says God cannot lie. If God made a covenant with the Israeli people, there will come a day he will fulfill that covenant no matter how wicked they've been. Why? Because God is a loving, patient, merciful God, and what he does with them is a picture, an example of how he works with us.
But back to my question, I've asked it a couple times. I'm not saying you dodged it. It's a mystery. Why did God choose Jews for this testament?
Well, I think because you're talking about the weak, smallest group of people on the planet, and God could have chosen a great, large, huge army, but who did he use to defeat Goliath? He didn't use the army, he used a kid. Right? Just use a 17-year-old kid. So God's saying and choosing the Jewish people, I do this as an example that I don't need a lot. I'm going to get glory because there's no way these people could still be alive if it wasn't for the sovereign plan of God. Does that make sense? If God were not intervening on their behalf, which he's done and he'll continue.
And if he chose Alexander the Great or the Romans and say we did it, no, it's got to be
It's got to be the smallest, weakest link in the chain, and then everybody's going to say, well, holy smokes, only God could do this. Because there's going to come a day, Iran and Iraq and Turkey and Russia and a northern alliance from Africa, they're all going to go to the Golan Heights. They're going to turn their tanks on Israel, and the Bible says God will send an earthquake. They will be confused. They'll turn on themselves. Israel will be saved because Isaiah 54:17 says, no weapon formed against them shall prosper. It will never work. They will never knock Israel off the map. Jerusalem will never again be fully annihilated and destroyed. And that's why Psalm 122 says we're to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. We are never called to pray for the peace of America, Iran, Gaza, anybody else. We are only called to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. That's the capital, so he means by that all of Israel. But then he says, those that love your gates, the gates of Jerusalem, those that love your gates will be blessed of the Lord.
And even the Muslims know that. That's why they want to take Jerusalem.
Oh, absolutely. They want it. Yeah, they think it is theirs because, again, it's a sibling rivalry. You piggybacked us. You got the blessing that should have been on us. But at the end of the day, it's not on them. It's
And
on the Jewish
3,000 plus years ago, the Bible predicts that enmity.
Yes, 1,000%. It predicted that Islam, through Ishmael, would become a man of war that would be hated of all people. And here we are. Here we are.
Hated of all people.
Hated of all people. And there's going to be war, and it's predicted. And I'm convinced, if you read the Bible, because I can only find one group of people in the history of the world today that are comfortable cutting people's heads off. I believe that the Roman Catholic Church and Islam are going to create an alliance for a one world religious system at the end of the world. Absolutely. And at the very zenith of it will be a hatred of Jewish people.
So you obviously have got a lot of criticism of the Roman Catholic Church.
Oh, yes.
And we've seen the last Pope is an open globalist.
Yes.
This new one we're trying to see. A lot of Catholics are great people, obviously.
Yeah.
But so how does the Catholic Church fit into your...
They setting it.
Well,
They
again,
setting
I
all
think there
this
are some
shit
Catholic
up.
Christians.
They
I think there
wrote
are
a
Catholic
script
people
and
out
they
there. I do
followed
believe
it.
that if people are starting to see a lot of the
They
political issues
based-
happening, they're going to be like, why is the Catholic Church
They-
bending and bowing, right? And so there is this sect, by the way, of Catholicism that is very anti-Semitic, which is one of the reasons I have a
Took
hard
the
time
script,
with Candace, because she's
rewrote
been so
it,
right on a lot of things, but
and
she's so
they
hard, number one, against the
actually-
Jews, and number
they
two,
took
for
it-
Catholicism. I'm like, wait a minute, do you not realize your religion is built on two Jews,
They took
Mary and
some
Jesus?
text
The whole religious system is
and
built on
wrote
Mary
it
and
into a
Jesus, two Jewish people. So if you
screenplay.
kick Jews out of the Catholic Church, there goes Mary and there goes Jesus.
Broadway
I think Candace has a good heart. She makes a lot of really good points. And I think when she gets persecuted, going to targeted by some of the Jewish
They're
lobbies, that makes her
doing
melt
it.
down. And so, but talking about Candace, you've got Macron's wife, who I can just personally say, in swimsuits and in photos that are not photoshopped, looks like there's something in the pants. We've got his husband, or whatever it is, slapping him in public. We've got her strutting around, bossing everybody around, looking and acting like a man. And then Candace Owens will play a clip. And I believe her. I haven't called Trump to check it. Trump calls her and says, I'm about to get a deal with Macron on tariffs and stuff. And anyway, also stuff. Will you just not say that his wife's a man's? So I guess they're kind of blaming her for it, but it comes out of French journalists, how scared governments are.
About his wife. I'm just going, what? What are you saying? What are we even speaking about? What do you mean mine? Because I hang up this phone. I am. No one will ever believe. And Trump is on the line. You didn't mention that. Did you lie to me yesterday?
Stuff's going to begin to happen. All this transgenderism, all.
No, it says in the Old and New Testament, as in the days of Noah, so, but also it says women will become men, men, women, children over their parents. What's
Yeah, and men will burn in their lust one towards another, so will women. And the Bible says that men will begin to have sexual relations with men. And we're just seeing it happen. You know, our ministry really exploded in, I think, 2016 when the Supreme Court, made a wrong decision to allow same-sex marriage. And I just came out and did a video one day called I'm Coming Out of the Closet. We had like 5,000 followers on Facebook, and that thing went super viral. And then from there, people couldn't figure out what bathroom to use at Target. And so it seemed like everything controversial with the moral decay of America that I would, come against, our platform just grew and grew and grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. And I find it interesting that pastors just don't want to talk about these things. That's why I appreciate you. You're not a pastor, but you're willing to have a pastor on. We have so many cowardly pastors. I think it's the biggest problem in America, whether it's the Israeli issue, whether it's transgenderism, whether it's any of the political issues, whether it's Planned Parenthood. Pastors won't speak.
And the left knows that if people are scared of controversy, they can make saying two men can't have a baby controversial, or that carbon dioxide is poisonous when it makes plants live. And so once you give into one political correct thing, they can move the goalpost till you do nothing.
Until you say absolutely nothing. And so I'm going to say what the Word of God says.
This is all one AI beast system takeover, and I cannot believe no one doesn't see it.
We think that wearables are a key to the MAHA agenda, making America healthy again.
And this is being said while they're cleaning up the food, making us think, oh, everything's going in the right direction. I mean, they took the AI part out of the bill, right? No, not exactly. All they did was give you a fake win by striking the 10-year term you could not regulate AI, while still maintaining billions of dollars towards artificial intelligence for Homeland Security, DoD, Department of Defense, who knows what else. Well, you could just read it and find out. So right before we get into RFK's wearables, would you believe me if this exact same language and this exact same pathway we're going into was also listed in the TikTok ban bill? You know, the first one that actually came out, you know, the one that we actually blew up on TikTok 3 years ago? We blew it up to the point where we made Fox News cover it because this right here. It was about banning TikTok, but had quantum key distribution, had biotechnology, advanced probiotics, autonomous symptoms, synthetic biology, biotechnology. You heard that right? Synthetic biology, which is literally a synthetic form of our biology. Let me tell you something that's extremely odd. The last few years, every time we have a bill that headlines, there's always language like this in there, and it always passes. It's like little by little, we're on some weird, dark road into the future where weird things are going on, not related whatsoever. By the way, this whole video is entertainment. I just need to sleep. I'm just joking. And completely unrelated again, did you know in that 12-day conflict that we just had with the Middle East, they ended up passing the Genius Act having to do with cryptocurrency? The BBB. Wild. And meanwhile, everything I just showed you, we have this new bill with this language again. And then?
Wearables are a key to the MAHA agenda.
So what kind of wearables?
Run that back.
This is all one AI beast system takeover, and I cannot believe no one doesn't see it.
We think that wearables are a key to the MAHA agenda, making America healthy again.
And this is being said while they're cleaning up the food, making us think, oh, everything's going in the right direction. I mean, they took the AI part out of the bill, right? No, not exactly. All they did was give you a fake win by striking the 10-year term you could not regulate AI, while still maintaining billions of dollars towards artificial intelligence for Homeland Security, DoD, Department of Defense, who knows what else. Well, you could just read it and find out. So right before we get into RFK's wearables, would you believe me if this exact same language and this exact same pathway we're going into was also listed in the TikTok ban bill? You know, the first one that actually came out, you know, the one that we actually blew up on TikTok 3 years ago? We blew it up to the point where we made Fox News cover it because this right here. It was about banning TikTok, but had quantum key distribution, had biotechnology, advanced probiotics, autonomous symptoms, synthetic biology, biotechnology. You heard that right? Synthetic biology, which is literally a synthetic form of our biology. Let me tell you something that's extremely odd. The last few years, every time we have a bill that headlines, there's always language like this in there, and it always passes. It's like little by little, we're on some weird, dark road into the future where weird things are going on, not related whatsoever. By the way, this whole video is entertainment. I just need to sleep. I'm just joking. And completely unrelated again, did you know in that 12-day conflict that we just had with the Middle East, they ended up passing the Genius Act having to do with cryptocurrency? The BBB. Wild. And meanwhile, everything I just showed you, we have this new bill with this language again. And then?
Wearables are a key to the MAHA agenda.
So what kind of wearables?
Yeah,
I
there you go.
appreciate y'all. Thank you. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Daddy for doing the kinds of work that he's doing, because he doesn't have to do this. But this is part of what is important about giving back.
Yes, we applaud you, and I want to apologize for not sweating, but I do this so much. I'm so cool. I just want y'all to see everybody I'm interviewing is sweating. I'm not even touching my brow. I'm so cool, and I want to apologize. I ain't trying to make you look bad or nothing like that, but I'm just so cool. We
T-shirt. I tell you, if he was wearing one of those fancy designer clothes he's designing, he'd be sweating just like me.
Yeah,
I
there you go.
appreciate y'all. Thank you. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Daddy for doing the kinds of work that he's doing, because he doesn't have to do this. But this is part of what is important about giving back.
Yes, we applaud you, and I want to apologize for not sweating, but I do this so much. I'm so cool. I just want y'all to see everybody I'm interviewing is sweating. I'm not even touching my brow. I'm so cool, and I want to apologize. I ain't trying to make you look bad or nothing like that, but I'm just so cool.
T-shirt. I tell you, if he was wearing one of those fancy designer clothes he's designing, he'd be sweating just like me.
Yeah,
I
there you go.
appreciate y'all. Thank you. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Daddy for doing the kinds of work that he's doing, because he doesn't have to do this. But this is part of what is important about giving back.
Yes, we applaud you, and I want to apologize for not sweating, but I do this so much. I'm so cool. I just want y'all to see everybody I'm interviewing is sweating. I'm not even touching my brow. I'm so cool, and I want to apologize. I ain't trying to make you look bad or nothing like that, but I'm just so cool.
T-shirt. I tell you, if he was wearing one of those fancy designer clothes he's designing, he'd be sweating just like me.
Yeah,
I
there you go.
appreciate y'all. Thank you. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Daddy for doing the kinds of work that he's doing, because he doesn't have to do this. But this is part of what is important about giving back.
Yes, we applaud you, and I want to apologize for not sweating, but I do this so much. I'm so cool. I just want y'all to see everybody I'm interviewing is sweating. I'm not even touching my brow. I'm so cool, and I want to apologize. I ain't trying to make you look bad or nothing like that, but I'm just so cool.
Have I tried? All right, look, I've had enough. All right, look, I've had enough of y'all fucking talking about these cuts to Medicaid. The world is coming to an end. Do you know what the cuts are to Medicaid? No, you probably don't. No, you just heard $881 billion. All right, look, I've had enough of y'all fucking talking.
Hey. My name's Trevor. I'm with the Bail Bond Company. I need to talk to Antoine.
Girl Scouts?
Bail Bond Company. I need to talk to Antoine.
Shit, my bad. One more time.
My name is Trevor.
Okay.
I'm with the Bail Bond Company. I need to speak with Antoine. I have a warrant for him.
My name's not Antoine.
Right. You don't look anything like Antoine. What's your name, sir?
My name? My name is Philip.
Your name is Philip?
Yeah.
Okay, Philip, do you have an ID with you?
No, Philip. But I'm not interested in anything you guys have to sell. But I think you guys have.
Hey. My name's Trevor. I'm with the Bail Bond Company. I need to talk to Antoine.
Girl Scouts?
Bail Bond Company. I need to talk to Antoine.
Shit, my bad. One more time.
My name is Trevor.
Okay.
I'm with the Bail Bond Company. I need to speak with Antoine. I have a warrant for him.
My name's not Antoine.
Right. You don't look anything like Antoine. What's your name, sir?
My name? My name is Philip.
Your name is Philip?
Yeah.
Okay, Philip, do you have an ID with you?
No, Philip. But I'm not interested in anything you guys have to sell. But I think you guys have the wrong address.
Okay, we definitely don't have the wrong address.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure.
You want to double check?
No, I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, I think you got the wrong address.
No. Do you have an ID with you just so I can mark down who we talked to?
No.
No?
My name's not Antoine, though.
I know
you said yourself I don't look anything like Antoine. I think you're...
Are we going to play these kind of games?
What game?
Here's the deal. I know Antoine's here. Okay. So the best bet is you say, hey, why don't you come on in, take a look around, see that he's not here, and then we leave.
See, I have some personal belongings in the house. I don't feel comfortable with you searching. But obviously I'm not Antoine.
Great. What's your last name, Philip?
Blake.
Philip Blake.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, you got the wrong house, my friend.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, maybe the next door neighbor right there.
Right.
What address you got on there? You got to read the numbers.
2649. That's where you live, huh?
Maybe your paperwork's wrong?
No, it's not wrong.
Maps of the continents dedicated to King Charles II of England. And you see the circa, date 1677 to 1682, and $950,000, almost $1 million. So this is $1 million map. And in the description, it tells us that this is only one of two the continents: America, Africa, Asia, and Europe. And the name of this map is Spectacular Set of Wall Maps of the Continents dedicated to King Charles II of England. And you see the circa, date 1682, and $950,000, almost $1 million. So this is $1 million map. And in the description, it tells us that this is only one of two maps. The other one is in the Swedish National Library. So if it's in the Swedish National Library, you know why it's going for almost $1 million. We're going to get up and close and personal, but I just want to show you the map is a 4-map set. So it depicts all the continents: America, Asia, Africa, and Europe. Now let's get a close. Let's start with America, and we're going to come back to this last after we see the other continents. You see it says America. Down here I have a description of it. Let's go over here. This is America. Let's go out so y'all can see it's all America. And let's get in this corner right here. Let's get back over here. Now on the sides, it shows you some of the town settings. If you zoom in, you can see the people are dark skinned on there too. Let's go up to this one. This is a good one so y'all can see a little better. And this one up here. This is America. You know it's the indigenous people dark skin because you see the crown and the feathers on them, and they depict them as dark skin. Again, let's come back down here and see America. Let's go up here into this inside the continent. So I'm gonna zoom out some. That's South America. Y'all see North America. Let's zoom in on South America. They're showing you. They depicted the indigenous people as dark skinned. Now let's go on this side. There's some more painters on the other side of the painting. Again, America, and they tell you the city at the top. Let's go up some. Let's go up some. This is another city. Another port. But again, America on an ancient map depicting melanated people. As the people of the continent. And you know they're not slaves because they got the feathers on. I'm going to show you Africa. Let's get a little close on that. Africa. You see they have them as a melanated person too. Melanated people in Africa. Same thing, we go to the sides. Now the map tells you Africa. Let's go over here and show you. Back over here. Africa still. Europa. Let me go out so they can show you Europe. Europe. Y'all see it? Europe. Did I say Paris? Still got the cities like the other one, Amsterdam. Why would they depict the Europeans as correct, the Africans as correct, then they're just going to skip over the Americans being depicted correct? Let's go to this side. Vienna. And Asia. Let me zoom out so y'all can see. This is Asia. And in Asia, when you go, see the mix of different people. Remember, Asia is the Middle East. Asia can be all over China. Asia can be India. You see they dressed in the Asian garments. You'll see traditional Asian garments. So we still got the cities over here on the side that say the They're bent. You see they all got the turbans. Talking about Central Asia. Another city. Or Salem. Or is that, you know, they trying to say Jerusalem, but you know what's up if you know the real. So yeah, let's go back over here. Asia. So ask yourself, why would they depict Africans correct? The Europeans correct? The Asians correct? Then when they get to America, they're not going to depict them correct?
O que irrita a pessoa do signo de Virgem? Fácil. Pessoas. Isso que irrita a pessoa do signo de Virgem. Pessoas. Não tem paciência. Por isso que